Oh, hello there, friends. It's me, host Eric. I could have titled this stream so many different things, so many possible things. So torn was I between my choices. How to fix your feelings. Bedtime yarns with all the fixins. What to do when you feel meow. Stop, drop, and roll is the answer. Hi, sunshine. You have risen like the darkness in the soul of mankind. Has it really risen lately? I don't know. It's probably fallen some. Can we keep a continual measurement of the darkness in the soul of mankind? So, I was trying to work on something a little while ago, and I was just like, oh my god, okay, this is not gonna work. Thanks, I'll put it back on. It's not gonna work as a stratagem here because it's too labor intensive, this approach I'm taking. It was frustrating. It made me want to like just go, man. I tried to go to bed, but that wasn't happening. There was no sleeping in the cards tonight. But what I realized that there was in the cards tonight were bedtime yarns. So what is a bedtime yarn? Well, let me tell you. A bedtime yarn is a cross between an old sailor's story and a bedtime story. Okay, it's a cross between the two. Now, if you know anything about old sailor stories, you know that they rarely carry out their narrative arc without involving some sort of skeletons, ghosts, buried treasures, gangplank walking, swordsmanship. You might see some skulls, some crossbones, the glitter of booty. Yarns. Yarns, not yams. Close though. And if you want to ask the question, who eats yarns at bedtime? The answer is nobody. And that's one to grow on for you. A yarn is a colorful tale told by an old sailor, let's say. Perhaps an old prospector might tell a yarn, might spin a yarn. Yarn spinners. Yarn spinners don't so much eat them as spin them, though. I'm what you might be what might be called a yarn spinner. Well, you just stare at the yarn and say, God, what am I supposed to do with this? I'm busy spinning. I'm spinning that yarn into a tale as old as time. Beauty and the Beast. So a lot of stuff got done today. A lot of stuff. Not that that's really part of my sailor's yarn. We're having to wait for the sailor's yarn to begin because it's so compelling. If I try to tell it too quickly, you might all die of excitement. And I don't want that to happen. Well, skin is only semi-permeable to sunshine, dark sunshine. And the reason, one way you can know this is that if you have a person standing between you and the sunlight, you won't be able to see it. Assuming you're shorter than the person who's standing between you and the sunlight. And it's fairly low on the horizon, you know. And you're positioned just right. So, tonight's bedtime yarn was about a pirate named Bruce. Bruce was a pirate back in the day of pirates. When pirates were pirates and women were women. And pirates were unkempt, not very clean people, prone to scurvy. But you know what? Pirate was the kind of guy who could really handle his rum, even while on a heaving ship at sea. Sup, Abraham. Anyway, Bruce the pirate was older than most of his fellow pirates. He had reached the ripe old age of 50. Very unusual for a pirate who normally died in battle sooner than that. But Bruce had mastered the art of never being where the enemy's sword point was. Oh, sure, he hid a lot. Oh, sure, he wasn't the bravest pirate. Oh, sure, he wasn't the most swashbuckling of pirates. You had to get a trespasser out of your project? Get out of my project, trespasser. Yes, well, I will do so. Thank you for the advice there, Dark Sunshine. So anyway, one night, as the pirate ship heads to an island sanctuary, escaping some privateers chasing them from behind after they sacked and looted a seaside town. And the wind starts to die down. And even though they've been making good time, they start to slow down. And you can hear the creaking of the wood. Creak, creak, it says. And the captain says, "Arr, these be foul sounds I be hearing. I be fearing the ghosts of Christmas past be visiting us tonight." Well, sure enough, a little while later, the fog rolled in. And even though it didn't make a sound, everyone imagined that they heard the sound of a foghorn. Oh. And that's when Bruce turned around the corner. He was going to go pee off the side of the boat. He had had a bit too much rum that night. It hadn't really sat that well with him. You know, he had a pirate's dinner, as they call it. Rum and hardtack. Rum, hardtack, and saltpeter. It's a pirate's dinner. Well, pirate is a race, yeah. I mean, that was Bruce's race. He was a pirate. What race are you? Are you ninja instead? I'm a mage, personally. I'm a very magical mage. Anyway, so Bruce was going to go pee off the side of the boat. And what happened to him? Well, who should show up? Totally out of the blue, unannounced, but the ghost of Christmas past. And he says, "Hey Bruce, it's me. The ghost of Christmas past." You remember that one time in the past when there was that Christmas and you really fucked it up? I didn't coin the term transracial. I'm the person who says I'm fluidly transracial. I mean, this is the typical life of a curb surfer. I'm always ahead of the game, but it doesn't. I'm never the one who gets credit for anything. So it's just life in the big city. Yeah, it does look like it, but it's not that. It's some sort of like Chinese candy or something, which they're usually pretty gross. Let me tell you. Anyhow, the Ghost of Christmas Past says to Bruce, "Are you sure Jesus approves of your pirating ways?" And the pirate's like, "I thought you were a ghost. Why? What's with all the evangelical Christian shit, you know?" And the ghost says, "Why? I'm the ghost of Christmas past, you know? Christmas? You know what that's all about, right?" And Bruce says, "Christmas trees? Santa Claus? I don't know." So, no. It's all about Jesus. And the reason why you aren't really feeling like you're fully actualized as a pirate right now is because you've not invited Jesus Christ into your life. Well, Bruce had never heard of this Jesus Cristo fellow, but he sounded like a swarthy, untrustworthy kind of guy to him. And he said, "I already have a belief system." And the Ghost of Christmas Past says, "Well, what's that?" And he says, "Well, I believe in the Hawaiian goddess of fire, Pele." And the Ghost of Christmas Past says, "Isn't that the Brazilian god of soccer?" And Bruce said, "I think they have the same name. I could be wrong. I'm not sure. Regardless, the point is, I, Bruce, believe in the Hawaiian god of lava." And the Ghost of Christmas Past says, "Well, what exactly do you get out of that belief system?" And Bruce says, "Hey, I haven't been hit by a volcano yet." That's your bedtime yarn. Somebody getting famous for being transracial. Exactly. He probably fucking stole it from me. You know? That's Hawaiian for whatever. That's how Hawaiians talk. This bedtime yarn has improved your day by a lot. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad it has. It's important that it has. Because I've evaluated your day prior to hearing that yarn, and you were doing a shitty job of it. You were just having the shittiest possible day. It's like, you could have had a much better day, but you were just shitting it up. Hi, Elijah. I saw your 30,000 sub celebration thing the other day and felt a little jealous. You know, goes with the territory. Oh, I'm sorry, mind of a girl. I forgot. You've merely the mind of a girl. I need to be a lot more gentle with you, obviously. Might as well say you have the mind of a cow. What? A woman? With an opinion? It was pretty lame. You're not a good live streamer. I'm sure it was. That's okay. You're successful, so, remember that. You don't have to be good because you're successful. That's just as good as good. I'm a little jealous, yeah. I'm a little jealous. Because you know why? Like, my good friend Raul Diego, I am a genius, okay? I don't paint with my eyes and my hands. I paint with my ideas, okay? I wasn't saying she was anything. She's the one who said it was lame. You know. And hey, my putting together the chairs live stream earlier was shitty as hell. So don't get me wrong. I am not immune to putting out some shitty ass live streams. Okay? Nothing's boringer than watching a man put together a chair. What could be worse than that? I'm sure your live stream was better than my earlier live stream where I put together a chair. So, you know, don't think I'm holding myself into as some sort of like guy who doesn't make shitty live streams. Oh, yes, I do. You can bet your acre of land on it. I've made shitty live streams before, and I shall make them again. God is so help me, so God is my witness. My favorite moment from a live stream the other night with Rachel. Because you were fiddling with the tools in not a very hands-on, forceful way. Well, I was starting to get hand cramps too by the time I started streaming that, because I've been working on various things with my hands and I was like dehydrated and but yeah, it was annoying. It was like the chair kept turning when I was trying to screw, and then Rachel wasn't very good at holding it still. Eric, you caught a cold? Well, let it go. Maybe it won't hang around. So anyway, my earlier shitty live stream notwithstanding, this live stream is fantastic. This is just an epic fanfare of a cavalcade of parades of fantastichood. Who's lie, Joe? She's famous, Abraham Lincoln. You take that back right now. You should know who she is. She's an important YouTuber of great renown. I have greater ease with reading and responding to the chat. Well, there's probably a lot less chat going on, you know. I mean, if you got 30,000 subs, you have a lot more shit to respond to, you know. Me, I can take my time. Abraham Rincon says you look hot as fuck. That's a compliment. I mean, it's better than cold as non-fuck. Right? You wouldn't want him to say that about you. You are cold as non-fuck. Or, as my mother would say, cold as a witch's tit. You don't want to be that cold, do you? Because that's very, very cold. Well, that's just because you've not yet manly sex-a-lot. Manly sex-a-lot is the archetype of that sexy man every woman deep down wants. Oh, yeah. I guess it would be frigidity in her case, Dark Sunshine. Or is impotency a general term covers both? I'm not sure. You're as frigid as the Arctic winds. Clean like you have SI. We cleaned today, man. We cleaned like we had SI. Or, yeah. I do have it, but, you know. Nevertheless, it still applies. And, not only did we clean, I also put together a couple of chairs. Now, if you'd like to hear the exciting story of me putting together the chairs, it would probably be better than the actual watching of me putting together the chairs. Well, no, she's not nearly as hot as me. That goes without saying. I am what the young people call sexy AF. And the F stands for fabulously sexy one. Personality type are there's this onslaught of heavy metal guitars that happen when you step out of the bank sometimes. You ever heard that? That's what it is. And you're not purple? Well, then we can eliminate that you are Barney. We can eliminate that possibility. She's not Barney, Abraham. We know that much. So, if you were worried that she might be Barney, Idea has an Amazon wish list on her page. How greedy of her. Well, yeah, that's like most people. Most people think trying to get money and stuff is fine. It's not like she's being greedy. She's just doing what you're supposed to do, right? You're supposed to try to make money. You're supposed to try to make more money rather than less money. You're gonna have to have a pretty sugar daddy-ish fan to buy you a $2,700 camera. But do you really need a $2,700 camera? What are you taking pictures of? Like supermodels or something? The more beautiful the thing you're taking a picture of, the more you need a good camera. Here you go. These are my beans. These are my beans. Look at him go. Look at him go. These are my beeps. What do you think? You're pretty turned on, I know. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that to you. Do you need to go change your pants? Go ahead. Elijah got an OF? What's an OF? I don't know what an OF is. An official friend? Thank you, Abraham. You're my sugar daddy, I guess. I'm just $2,695 away for a new camera. Yeah, well, I do spend a lot more time these days on my OnlyFans, showing off my elbows. It's like, normally you can only get this on OnlyFans, but I'm being generous tonight. I'm giving you guys a little bit of some hot elbow action. Look how round that elbow is. And that's your, that's an elbow that sends your loins into a riot. It's where little squirrels can subscribe to be your fan, and they put little computers in their tree houses. They are only fans, nothing else. Huh. Well, you're my splendid daddy. Oh. You're welcome, Abraham Lincoln. You know why I do that? Because I make a lot of jokes. Yeah. It's one of my hobbies. Joke making. Have you heard the one about the guy who did the thing at the place? It was hilarious. That actually is a good joke. That's funny. Jokes that make me laugh are good jokes. Jokes that don't make me laugh, well, then I don't know why I even said them at all. That was just a poor decision on my part. Yeah. Pretty sexy elbows. Also, I mean, have you seen this forehead? There's a lot of it. Alright? Goes all the way back to here. That's a lot of forehead. So if you're somebody who likes a guy with a really big forehead, well, maybe I'm your guy, you know. No, it's not true to say about a man with a really big forehead. Not necessarily. Might be in my case, but it's not necessarily true. No, I don't moisturize it. It moisturizes itself with forehead oil. You know, it oozes out a certain appropriate amount of forehead oil to self-moisturize, yeah. To keep it supple. That's where I get these wrinkles from. See? The forehead oil gathers in these salty canals. Okay? And that's how the native peoples came to grow yams in the mountains. Well, I think you might be speaking colloquially, but I'm going to assume you mean her forehead is very angry. Anyway, because I've been there. I've had angry forehead before. And, boy, get out of my way. It'll scowl at you with its forehead scowl like you've never been scowled at before. And sometimes, when shit really gets off kilter, shit really, you know, and the plan goes awry, sometimes I get googly-eyed forehead. When you get googly-eyed forehead, oof, then you go through life just in this constant state of ontological seasickness, where it's like, am I regular or am I googly? And you can never figure it out. Of course, the initial challenge that you always have, and this is a challenge that few can overcome, but is, can you peel the back off of the googly eye? Probably you can't, but sometimes if you keep trying, it'll eventually come off. I don't know how, but some days, somehow, some way. There, wait. Yep. Mm-hmm. Just as I suspected, it came off. So now I've got a googly eyes forehead, which is which, like I said, is always a bit of a ontological gangbang, you might say. It's like, whoa, am I regular? Am I weird? I feel like I'm taking it in all my holes. So it makes it a bit of an ontological gangbang. There. That's better. You're done for gangbangs. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Done for gangbangs. Hooray for yeah. Quad eyes. Yeah, I got quad eyes, exactly. So, I don't know. For people who have just angry forehead, I don't know if they're like me as well. That means necessarily sometimes they break out in googly forehead. But if that does happen to you, don't be afraid. It goes away on its own after a little while. It's a little bit off kilter. I try to make it more correct, but it's rising up in sexy revolt. Like Rachel's body. That's why I have to keep reconquering it. Her lands, you see. Because they keep rising up in sexy revolt. This one's like a little bit too high up there. That's about right. There, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. If you're gonna apply googly eyes to your forehead, why not take the time to make sure you do it right? Well, listen, I'm likely to make my forehead oil Creative Commons. So, I guess that means anybody can sell it, as long as they can get it off of my forehead. I probably won't. It sounds like a hassle. I'm gonna need another beverage. Oh, that's right. I heated the coffee, but I didn't put any creamer in it. Foolish error. How dare you leave yet another cup of coffee unremembered in the microwave? Will you never learn your lesson? Will you never learn? Your job in life is to learn lessons about things. And right now, your failure to learn lessons is making me ask you, will you never learn? Well, not with these googly eyes on my forehead. Googly eyes on your forehead makes you dumb. Nobody can learn with googly eyes on their forehead. Everybody knows that. But if you're out in the world like this and somebody asks you, what are you doing? Oh, I'm making googly eyes at you. Probably nobody will ask you, but surprisingly, probably nobody will say anything. They'll just be like, well, there's a guy with googly eyes on his forehead. Yeah, it's just the way the world works. Sometimes you see that when you go out to a funeral. Probably not so much if you go to a funeral, but in other contexts, certainly, it's 95% chance you're going to see someone with googly eyes on their forehead. Maybe 85%. Boy, I feel pukey. I have a feeling one little Mr. Eric is in for for some vomit lord time. You know, you never know for sure. Sometimes you don't vomit. But, I feel like I'm going to puke. That is such good news. I am so thrilled to hear that Red Bar Radio is back and doing great after his hospital visit. That is fantastic. Fantastic news. I have been worrying my little butt off about old Red Bar Radio. You know, I said something the other night that was, Rachel said, was very FI polar. It was about stillborn babies, and you know, people like give them names and refer to them as their siblings and stuff, even though they're born dead. Well, I pointed out that dead thing that comes out of your mom is nobody's sibling. Okay, that gross dead thing is nobody's sibling. She said that was very bipolar of me. I guess people put a lot of weight into that shit, you know, but it seems pretty obvious to me. That gross dead thing is not anybody's sibling. You know, I mean, I think it's really morbid to pretend like it's a sibling of yours. Because my grandma, she was one of 9, okay? But she was really one of 8. The 9th one was stillborn. But they named it and they'd say they were one of 9. And it's like, you weren't one of 9. That gross dead thing wasn't anybody's sibling. You know. Anyway, Rachel said that was very bipolar of me. Well, if bipolar means correct, then I guess it's bipolar of me. A way to remember what? That a gross dead thing came out of mom that one day? So why don't we name all of her periods too? Tropical storms or something. That's it. Period Susan is coming. Ooh, it's category 4. That's my sister. No, it's not your sister, honey. But that other dead gross thing that came out of you was, I was kind of lying about that one too. So just when things are dead and come out of my vag, they're not your sibling, okay? I guess it had to be alive for a while to grow a certain size, right? It's not going to grow anymore once it's dead. So I guess it was alive for a while, but it's not anymore. That's why they have on your birth certificate, live birth, box. They check it. They checked mine, because I was a live birth. So, that's the advantage I had over that gross dead thing. It came out of my great-grandma. Well, why are they trying for 9 kids? That's too many kids anyway. Right? That's the slab saying, you don't need a 9th kid. You already have 8 of them. What the fuck? You know? Elijah wants a new MacBook Pro. Well, good for her. I'm sure she does. I want a pony, but I don't have any place to keep it. That's what makes what I want and what Elijah wants different. She does have a place to keep a MacBook Pro. I have no place to keep my pony. So, anyhow, I'm feeling a little bit better. I was feeling a little bit fussy earlier, and the reason was because I was doing something that was turning out to be too labor intensive. And I was like, I thought I was going to do it this way, and it was going to be easier this way, and it was more difficult this way. It was taking for fucking ever. It shouldn't take that long, it seems like to me, but it's like, well, it involved the green screen, and it involved Perry, who's like the one green guy I've got. So I had to like manually go in GIMP and freaking circle him around, and it was just like, oh, this is torture. I just can't do this. This is such a laborious process. I can't do this for a bunch of images. It's going to take for fucking ever. So then I got a little frustrated. And I said, stomp my feet. Pout and stomp. Stomp and pout. Wham. And, you know, I tried to go to bed. As soon as I got in bed, I was just like, who are you trying to lie to? You know? Eric, because you are not going to sleep here. It's very clear to you once you laying down that you're not going to sleep. So just get up and go back outside, because you're wasting your time here in bed, just rolling around, making Rachel be aware of the fact that you're not sleeping, which makes her not sleep because she's trying to be quiet, you know, because she's crazy-eyed of Jane. Oh, or she's just so crazy, but or whatever. It's like, it doesn't bother me or anything. It's just like, can't you just not worry about me for a second? So it doesn't impact your sleeping? No, they really can't do that. You know, FE tool, they just can't not worry about you. SI FE, at least, is a little bit more particularist, but it's really hard for an INFJ to ignore the fact that someone else is in the room with them. You're already here, Abraham. What do you mean you're coming? Are you there right now? Are you in Norwegia or what? Did you go to Norway without me knowing about it? You know that's not allowed. We have to inform you of these things. And if you did inform me, well, you didn't inform me hard enough, because I didn't know that. Oh, Suzanne is coming to USA to pick you up. Why are you unable to fly alone? You're like a little baby or something. No, I can't fly all the way to Norway by myself. Now here's how you get on the airplane, Abraham. I know. I know. She's not really coming to pick you up. She's not like your mom at your soccer after school. That's when someone's coming to pick you up. It's like, I'm waiting for my mom to pick me up. I don't know, she's late. And the coach is like, well, should I wait? She's just freaking around. Huh, well, I stand corrected. The joke really is on me, Abraham, you're right. I did not know I guess that's probably a law in Norway that any Norwegian citizen can become, at a moment's notice, simply by requesting it, the pilot of any Air Norway flight. It's a citizen's privilege, they call it. Oh, I'm feeling a little bit pukey still, but perhaps a little less pukey than I was earlier, which is maybe a good sign. And that makes me want to poke a bowl, which is going to make me feel more pukey. I don't want to puke, but I'm going to puke. I can just tell I'm going to puke. That's a myth. Why am I pukey? Well, remember earlier when I got frustrated, and I got a little fussy, and stomped my feet and pouted? Well, it usually happens when that happens. Then I do something, like go get whippets or eat some mushrooms, Well, something like that. One of those two things makes you pukey. Usually, sometimes, not always. I mean, it always makes you a little pukey, but you don't always puke. I like to pretend that you only puke when you have sin. When you're carrying around sin, you need to puke out. Then the mushroom gods turn your sin into something physical you can expel from your body by puking. But I think it's just kind of random, actually. I don't really believe all that magical nonsense, I'm not a big believer in magical nonsense. Although I like it a lot. I like magical nonsense, but that's the appropriate that's the appropriate verb for magical nonsense. The appropriate verb for it is like, not believe. I mean, not that it's my place to tell other people what relationship they should have with magical nonsense. But if it were my place, to tell people that. You're stuck in horrible, poor world traffic. Ugh. Traffic's terrible. Traffic makes me think, boo, boo, I don't like this. Okay, well, here comes a test. Will this make me puke or make me feel less pukey? We'll find out. I'm not sure it really made any difference either way. Still feeling fairly pukey. I think he's probably gonna go to water from the garage, but that sounds so far away. Way over there? In the garage? Is it wise of me to travel so far on this couch upon which I sit? Can I trust myself with such a journey? Will it cause me to puke? Will water actually help me feel less pukey? Or will it just make my eventual puking more full of liquid? Probably the latter. But, you know, that's a more pleasant sounding puke, I guess. Kind of sounded like a waterfall. Combined with sounds. Raj, just say the mantra. The traffic is teaching me patience. No, it's not. The traffic is forcing you to practice patience even though you don't want to. That's the truth of the matter. You don't get taught patience. You're either forced to exercise it or not. That's how people should think about patience. That's how the world actually works, right? You're either forced by stupid shit to exercise patience or you're not. Alright. Now, obviously, I've made the fateful decision to go to the garage and get a beverage. Will it turn out to be a wise decision? Well, stay tuned, folks. I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, I'm back. Now I'm going to go pee over here in the sink. I'm going to have some of this sparkly water. The problem is it's not flat water. That's not really ideal, but maybe it is ideal. Maybe a few sparkles will help. Who am I to dismiss sparkly water so haphazardly? Like I'm one to talk, I neither quench thirst nor suppress nausea, so why I should judge sparkly water for failing to do so, I don't know. Well, I'm glad I came over here to see that there are these dishes in the sink. Because if I do have to puke, I don't want there to be anything in the sink. Alright, friends. It took me a little bit by surprise. I will mute. How did I feel? Well, I feel better now. Mostly. You know what they say. It's not easy being green. To be the color of so many ordinary things. Like grass and green tits and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. All the way down to the bile. That's why I use Tums. Well, the thing is, you know the old saying about mushrooms. It's similar to the one about weed that says, you don't cough if you don't get off. You know, if you don't cough, you don't get off, right? This one is, if you don't puke, you deserve rebuke. It's an old saying. And the reason you deserve rebuke, of course, would be the same as the same as in the marijuana saying, which is a failure to get off. So one can, I guess, infer from the saying that getting off is a good thing to be desired, and that the negative physical experience of either coughing and or puking is the necessary price to pay for the desired outcome of getting off. That's the logic I'm working off of anyway. That's what I feel as though I've been led to believe by these sayings. So we'll test it out and find out if in fact getting off is even a thing. Didn't realize I was on something at the moment that I needed to get off of, but if such is the case, then we'll find out. Because ipso facto ergo schmergo, me getting yet. That's why, in case you've forgotten, it's that sweet, sweet cost-benefit analysis. Ain't nothing hotter than a sweet, sweet cost-benefit analysis. Ooh, girl. Weigh your costs against your benefits right now. Well, my cost is that I'm a bitch, but my benefits is that I'm sexy as fuck. Alright, girl. Your benefits outweigh your costs for right now. Just for right now, but they do. That's funny. Everybody only loves jokes when they're hilarious. Nobody likes jokes that are just nefarious. Nobody likes bad, bad jokes. They're as bad as a bad, bad poke, yeah. Nope, everybody wants a hilarious joke. One that is like Darius Coat. Was a guy who one time made the most hilarious joke you've ever been saying. Oh yeah, hilarious jokes are good. All other jokes like wood may float upon the water, but you wouldn't want them as your daughter, 'cause they're not that good and they're not that fun. Otherwise it'd be hilarious ones. Otherwise that's what they be. And then they wouldn't have to make me angry. Are we over the come up? Are we over the come up? It's a very odd sentence. I, of course, know exactly what you mean, but it's rather a specific sentence. It doesn't seem to make any sense at first glance. Are you over the come up? Seems like there are too many prepositions in that sentence. Or adverbs, depending on how they're working, I suppose. I mean, the thing is, I don't expect it particularly TRIPHARD, because, like, I ate something 2 days ago, I ate a little bit yesterday, so you don't really TRIPHARD unless you take a couple of days off in between. So I kind of expect, but I did eat a little bit more, maybe like twice as much, so it's really hard to say. What's gonna be is gonna be. That's all we know. Abraham Lincoln, that's all we know. No, that's not the tight flow, nor is it to joke. His name is not Abraham Lincoln. It really is Abraham Lincoln. Like a Chinese person saying the president's name. Well, yeah, Abraham Lincoln. Except that's really his name. I couldn't believe it the first time I heard it. I said, that can't possibly be your name. Abraham Lincoln? Yeah, that's your name. I guess your parents didn't think about how funny it was when they named you that. Abraham Lincoln. You gotta be kidding me, I said. But no, it was so. Your name's Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, you know a funny name. Abraham Lincoln. Your last name's Lincoln. Who's got a name to kid Abraham? I mean, come on. Now, I know they pronounce it Lincoln, like all Frenchy or whatever, but it's spelled like Lincoln. So, you know, that's how it should be pronounced. Just like how restaurant is spelled R-E-S-T-O-R-aunt. That's why we pronounce it that way. Anyway. Life's a strange set of affairs. It begins with this whole birth thing, right? Technically, it begins at conception. And for a lot of us, we remember some of the discomforts of womb time. I do. Okay? You know, because I have a little dent here in my ribs. Why? I had to lay on my arm the whole time like this. Why? Because my mom's womb wasn't big enough, obviously. And it's like, there's one regret I have that I didn't get the chance to really talk to my mom about before she got Alzheimer's disease. I didn't get a chance to complain about her shitty small womb. Because she really needed to hear that. Like, hey woman, your womb was way too small. OBS. OBVS. OBS. Because if it hadn't been, why would I have been lying on my arm like this the whole time? You know? Well, unfortunately, she got Alzheimer's disease before I was able to tell her that. And, I'll regret not shaming her over that till my dying day. True story. It is true that I have this dent right here in my ribs. I always have where my arm fits perfectly. Like, I must have slept on it like that inside the womb. Again, obviously, there's only one reason why that would occur, because my mom's womb was too small. But, you know, I suppose it provided adequate sustenance, oxygen, and all that stuff, so you can demand that a womb provide what you need. But roominess, perhaps, is not really something you need. It's okay for you to be somewhat cramped. It's even expected, I think. That's what makes you want to leave. Otherwise, you just stay there forever. Hey, it's perfectly roomy in here. I'll just stay here forever. But your mom wouldn't want that, probably. She's probably tired of being pregnant after 9 months, you know. But I can guarantee you, if her womb were roomy enough, I'd just stayed in there indefinitely. And it's like, why leave? It's wet, it's warm. I don't have to breathe for myself. Food just gets pumped like directly into me by this uterus, this umbilical cord thing. It's like, whew. The only problem I have is I keep lying on my arm. Hi, Mike, Sarah. We're discussing my mom's horrible failure as a woman. Her womb wasn't roomy enough for me. I had to sleep on my arm like this. That's why there's this indentation here in my ribs. And I'm just regretful that, you know, I didn't get a chance to tell her this before she had Alzheimer's disease. But I guess she gets away with one, you know. I should have shamed the living shit out of her for that. But, woman. Anyway, the point is, as I was getting to, it is designed to not be roomy enough. Otherwise, everybody would just stay in there forever. So, I guess it's just part of it. It's more of a feature than a bug. Not a bug, it's a feature. Okay? Anyway, that's why you are out here with me, Mike Sarah, today, instead of still inside your mother's womb. Because, like my mother, your mother's womb was wickedly, inescapably, inexcusably too small. So next time it's Mother's Day, you write that on the card. Thanks for your shitty small womb, Mom. You call 9 months a pregnancy? I call it a criminally small womb. You call 9 months a pregnancy. I call it a criminally small womb. That's a great, like, INTP life motto. You know, that was your big head, Dark Sunshine. You're not gonna blame Mom on that one. That was all you, buddy. Talking about the big head on your cock. Couldn't get out of that thing. Everyone's like, that's the biggest baby foot we've ever seen. Oh my God! That's no baby foot! That's the head of Dark Sunshine's baby penis. Why, it's as big now as a full-grown stallion's horse cock. I can't even imagine what he's going to be like when he hits 14, 15. Well, turned out he never changed size. Just stayed the same size. So, that's kind of a good thing. Otherwise, it'd just be like, no woman's gonna, every woman's just gonna be like, okay, yeah, impressive, but no. Very impressive, like, yes, but no. It would be the equivalent of a woman's vagina. It's so tight that it flattens your penis like a pancake. You're like, okay, no, I'm impressed with how tight it is, but no. Sorry. I don't want to get flattened like a pancake. See what I'm saying? For the lady, she's like, okay, impressive. But I want to have sex, not a baby. You know? I thought about it. You know, it's like when Delilah started coming out of her mom, I was right there looking at it, and the next thing I know, all the doctors and stuff were gathered around me. I guess I kind of fainted, but I didn't really fall down. I just, like, all the color drained out of my face, and I just, like, and then I kind of blacked out for a second or something, but doctors and nurses around me are like, "Are you okay? You okay? You sit down, sit down." I'm like, "I'm fine, I think." Yeah, but it was gory. It's not a good thing to look at. I don't know why people want to look at that. Like, I want to see the beauty of my child being. That's not. You don't want to look at that. It's very gory. It's like, do you want to look at, like, surgery or something? You know, do you want to look at open heart surgery? It's the equivalent of looking, the equivalent kind of thing to look at. It's not anything beautiful or miraculous about it or whatever. It's just like, oh my God, that's horrible. It's just horrible is what it is. A horrible, gory mess. It's like, people are so shitty at it too. You know, my cat had a whole litter of those things in bed next to me and cleaned her up after herself. You know, it was she didn't need any, like, bucket of water or towels or doctors or shots or gory destruction of her vagina or whatever. I don't know, but humans seem to be terrible at it. Cats are much more effective at giving birth to things than people seem to be, you know. A lot more. Fish as well. I never hear them screaming for the fish tank. I slept through my cat giving birth. She didn't scream at all. You know, it wasn't this cat. This cat was the child that was born in my bed next to me, Capillo here, right? And while her mom was giving birth to not one but like 6 kids, she didn't scream at all. There was no like, the agony or whatever. Same with the fish. They don't scream at all. So I can tell you, they're having a much easier time of it than human women, obviously, seem to be having. Like, where do those possums come from? Well, obviously, some possum mother gave birth to them. But again, I didn't hear any dramatic possum labor underneath the house. I didn't hear some possum father saying, "Push! Push! Push!" I didn't see some white-coated possum standing there, you know, checking all these machines that they've got their possum lady hooked up to. And I didn't hear her screaming, "Just kill me now!" or whatever, like saying what my wife said, which is, "Pray for me!" I laughed. I literally laughed at her when she said that. Oh, what a dick I was. I sure was a dick. Yeah. I laughed at her when she said that. didn't say anything back. I just laughed at her. Wow. What? That's dumb. That's a dumb thing to say. That's not gonna help. I didn't say that. I just laughed at her. Because I was a dick. Yeah. Not because she was so terrible for her to say that. Just because I was a fucking dick, I guess. I don't know. I was dumb and just a dick, and I just thought that. I mean, just when I said it, I thought, oh, that's stupid. That's not gonna help. You know, that's just what I thought. So that's why I laughed at her. It was like asking me to, can you go recommend a Cadillac to somebody? Well, I guess I could, but why? How's that gonna help? Well, it seems like praying in a situation like that is extremely arrogant. Dear God, I know you have a long and painful childbirth in store for my wife, but I want to suggest an alternative plan. I think your plan is bad. I think you should make her childbirth quick and painless. How about that? Or, no, yeah. Dear God, just let me please have a healthy baby. That's all I'm asking for. Yeah, I know you want a healthy baby. This is what God's thinking, right? Obviously, you want a healthy baby. Do you think the people who get the unhealthy babies, that when they pray, they go, Dear God, can I please have an unhealthy baby? No, they also pray for healthy babies. So, the point is, why are you bothering me with your prayers for a healthy baby? To the extent that I've decided whether your baby's going to be healthy or not, your prayers aren't going to convince me. We know this because there are some unhealthy babies, and those parents didn't pray for unhealthy babies. So obviously there's not much of a linkage between what you're praying for and what you get. So why don't you stop trying to tell me how to do my job as God, and you just worry about pacing around down there or something and see what happens. You get what you get. You might get a healthy baby. You might get some dead gross thing come out of your mom. You don't know. You don't know. I'm God. You're not. That's the point. I decided what I decided for a reason. You don't need to tell me I should change my mind now. You know, it's like, fuck off, right? So it makes sense what I'm saying. But people don't usually think about it like that. Because they are wrong. There may not be anybody here to listen to this, but what I'm saying here is very, very true and important. The good news is it's being recorded and saved onto the internet. So even those poor saps who are not here currently to hear these wonderful and wise words will eventually have the opportunity to seek them out. Why look, it's my darling special lady. It's Rachel, Sachel, Lapalosa. What's her full name? Also, her full name is the Right Reverend Rachel Christine Lapalosa. That's her other name. Well, I am so happy that you are so happy to see me last year. Because, darling, that makes it all the more worthwhile. If you were to say, God, I hate the fact that you're live streaming right now, you'd be Kimberly. That wouldn't stop me from live streaming, but it would make that the topic of live streaming. They will. It's so not satisfying to me. It's like, I don't care what people do with my words after I'm dead. That doesn't do me any good at all. Yeah, whatever. It's like, you think Van Gogh's like dead going, see, I told you so? No. He didn't get a chance to say I told you so. He died first. I don't want to be that guy, right? There's no glory in that. That's called glory-free. After we've ascended to the rank of Mya, I see you. I see you with both my eyes, and my ears, and my mouth. Everything on my face, I see you with. My nose too. And if it's on my face, I see you with it. I see you with it more clearly than it's ever been seen by anything before. So clearly that it blinds both of us. So it's a Pyrrhic victory, you might say. Oh, you got the rank of Piao. I did notice that. And it looks great, I think. I think it looks great with the green. That's why I don't want you to have a wrench. Also, I like the fact that you're green. And I don't know. It's a different color. Looks good with the yellow. That's TWFP colors right there, green and yellow. Stupid colors to have because green turns out to be a terrible color. Especially like I got exactly like green screen green. You know, it was like, oh my god. I didn't know I was going to end up using a green screen. It just never occurred to me. It looks good, right? It looks better than them, yeah. I think those things are pretty cool. It's like, I could see myself caring about something dumb like that, you know? I can totally see myself caring about that. Yeah, my visual, don't trust me as a visual artist in general. My visual aesthetics are not good, so don't expect me to draw good pictures, don't expect me to paint well, don't expect me to pick the color scheme of things well. Like, I like to just put more different colors in all the time, so they just look dumb, you know? It's like, Eric's never heard of multiple shades of the same color. He wants every color next to the color next to it to be as different as possible from it, so it stands out, you know? So, yeah, colors and I have never really gotten along well. When Cameron told me he had like, I don't know, like 15 different shades of green to gray, I was just like, oh, that's how you're supposed to do shit. Oh, right, shades of the same color. I never even thought of that. That's how shitty I am at visual arts, you know, colors and stuff like that. But you know, that's NE for you. It's a language-based function. It's not a picture-based function. It's always been the case when I take psychedelic drugs too. It's like people go, "What do you see?" Well, who cares? What difference does that make? That's not the point of the whole thing. I was never interested in this whole like, and then I saw this and I saw that. You're tripping wrong. That's not what matters. What you see with your eyes. It's like, boring old eyes are looking at boring old things again. I could do that all day long. I don't need to be tripping to see boring ass shit. Things are moving. Things move all the time. That's not special. I can just go out on the street and watch cars move all day long. Yeah, but it's things that don't normally move. Well, if that really floats your boat, go ahead and look at those things that don't normally move, squirm around or whatever. But I've got other things to care about. Yeah, I know. I'm just protecting my shit. Dark Sunshine. It's because this is more comedy than it is wisdom, okay? Just okay. Dark Sunshine, I got a message for you. Just do you understand what I'm saying? I think you do. Just you're fine. That's really what I'm saying. You're fine. Let's pretend that's not the case. That'll be better. It's better when we pretend that's not the case. It's like you're ruining Santa Claus for everybody, Dark Sunshine. Is that what you want? You want to ruin all those children's precious time believing in Santa Claus? You really do hate Christmas, don't you? You really do. I always knew it. I always knew it secretly, deep down, Dark Sunshine hated Christmas. And that's really, like, the worst thing you can possibly do. If you hate Christmas, well, I mean, you might try to destroy Christmas, and someone might have to save it. Which might make for a delightful holiday film, but definitely makes you the villain thereof. Okay? So you just remember that, mister. You're running a high risk of being the villain of a delightful holiday film. If you're comfortable with that, whew, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, sure, you can enter the whole experience knowing you're going to lose, for sure. And so it's going to be okay. But I don't know if that counts in the moral equation or not. I guess it does. I guess it makes it a morally acceptable act. To be the villain in a holiday film because you know you're going to lose and nobody's going to get hurt. So, okay, I take it back. You're not evil after all. You do love Christmas. You just love it in your own special way. You love it. You love being the villain. Somebody's got to be the villain in the holiday film. You're the one who's selfless enough to take on that task. That's why, contrary to popular opinion, you do not receive coal at Christmas. You try to shoot Santa with your sun rays? Well, I guess Santa's very forgiving, or you're a bad shot, or maybe what you get for Christmas instead of coal, chunks of Santa flesh. Charred chunks of Santa flesh. And if that's the case, well, I'd recommend a shish kebab with onions and bell peppers in between each chunk of charred Santa flesh. Then slow turn it over an open flame till crispy, brown, and delicious. Don't eat right away, it'll be too hot. You're gonna burn your mouth, mister. You're gonna burn your mouth. Gotta let those vegetables cool down too. Make sure they're all mushy. If the vegetables aren't mushy, you didn't cook it long enough. Definitely didn't cook it long enough. But vegetables should be totally mushy. Okay. If you want to, anybody can. If this is Creative Commons as well, you're allowed to include my recipe for chunks of Santa flesh shish kebab in any recipe book you want. Basically, it has the same rules as any other kind of shish kebab, which is don't make your chunks of Santa meat too big, and realize that if you do it right, your vegetables are going to be cooked to shit. You're not going to get any crispy vegetables, okay? Otherwise, your meat's going to be horribly undercooked. You're just going to have to be okay with that. That's what makes it a shish kebab, okay? Do I have to explain everything to everybody? I mean, it's like, I am shocked. In this day and age, people still don't get the concept of a shish kebab. You can't have crispy vegetable on a shish kebab. No, you just cook your vegetables separately then. And just don't even call it a shish kebab. You just say, this is neither shish nor kebab. I'm just cooking meat on a stick. Okay? But if you're gonna make a shish kebab, you have to be okay with your vegetables being very mushy. And that's fine. Vegetables are better when they're mushy because then they can just kind of be consumed, you know. You get some flavor on your meat, you know, there's like some vegetable flavor on your meat. You don't have to think about it having to chew it, you know. You don't have to chew that. It's just flavor for your meat. So, now that we've discussed shish kebabs and the important knowledge that I have to impart upon everybody, impart, I mean, I have to impart. I don't have to import it. I already have it. I'm imparting it instead. You might say I'm exporting it, but I'm definitely not importing it. Anyhow, for those 1, 0, 2, or even possibly 3 people who were here, you are bearing witness to a sermon of great power, great significance, great truth, and great importance. Because what we learn here can range from as simple as the lowly shish kebab to as grand as the holy doctrine of God himself. A whole gamut of wisdoms, from lowly to holy, is being provided here without anybody paying attention except for a few select people who know. They know that what they're hearing is not just Eric projecting his BS. Okay? That's what they know most of all. Hey, they say to themselves, this is not Eric just projecting his BS. And then they go, that's true. And that's why they're here. It's very important information, yes. Rachel, you can tell Rachel's always had a good nose for importance when smelling information. So this information smells important, and her nose never fails her. She is smelling that smell of importance strongly now, as these informations hit her olfactory senses. It's pretty tidy. I mean, whoa, okay. You're seeing the least tidy part. we did everything but that part today. So it's like I really feel like you're being unfair because we worked so hard today and you're judging us on the part we didn't work on yet. We can tidy too. I know we didn't tidy this yet, but when we do, oh my God, it's going to be so tidy that you're going to say, wow, that's tidy. And you will. I'll show it to you and you'll be like, wow, that is so tidy. And the reason will be because it is so tidy. You just wait and see, mister. You just wait and see. Now, I may not be able to tidy shit up when I don't have a fresh bottle of Adderall, but when I do, I can tidy with the best of them. So, you better watch out. Your Germanic tidying is no match for my amphetamine-fueled tidy blast. Okay? Yeah. I mean, amphetamines and tidying go together like white on rice. Like peanut butter and jelly. Like swamps and alligators. What are some other things that go together well? Cigarettes and coffee. These go together well. These are like the flavor of the exotic Orient. All in one. Yeah, everybody likes the flavor of the exotic Orient. Well, definitionally, you're looking at something that's flavorful, it's exotic, and oriental. So, it might be made out of bamboo. It might use those kind of weird bamboo-ish looking letters as a font. It might be named something like... What's that fucking dish? I should put a picture up of on the channel not that long ago. Like, tiny sheep bad smell or whatever. Oh my God, he's translating your shit for you Chinese people. Tiny sheep bad smell. Ooh, somebody gave me $5. Thanks, whoever that was. Look at that. I'm rolling in money. Oh, that's Abraham, I remember. Thanks, Abraham. You're the best. What am I looking up? Right, I'm looking at that picture. See what it says. You know, it's, there were all kinds of fucking crazy things on the menu in China. The English translations of the things were just like, what is this? This is the best picture ever, when these people were holding up this fucking ladder to, with the guy standing on top of it to work on the electrical lines. Anyway, where's the one I'm looking for? Stinky sheep, little stinky sheep or whatever it's called. Where's the other one? I put more of these things up. I guess I must have put more of them up somewhere. That's right, I made a video with some of them in here. That's what I did. I didn't do very well. Shockingly. I was like, hey everybody, why aren't you loving my video? No, I know say that anymore. I've gotten very used to it. It doesn't really surprise me anymore when people don't like my videos. Some people like some of them. It's also surprising how, like, videos that get the maximum number of likes sometimes don't do better than the ones that get, like, that aren't very well liked. But, you know, that's because YouTube's got a complicated algorithm. Very complicated. So complicated that nobody can ever understand it. That's how complicated it is. Okay, let me use the search function, because I'm not doing a good job of finding without it. China. Funny pictures from China. Let's see what it said now. This is a long journey trying to figure out.
Hi friends, how's Sarah?
This latter picture is absolutely fantastic.
That's some bad TV, man.
Language shit. Despise. This is airport juice. And there's why do you want this corn juice? Now this I saw that. You want to talk to her? I explained what the picture. He's a haircutter who was willing. I always haircut. Where's the thing I ordered?
This was a sign.
I didn't order it.
They gotta go.
Why can't I find it? There it is. Here's something you can order when you're in China. Strange
for just
smell
$48
little sheep.
You too can enjoy a dish of strange smell little sheep.
Strange smell little sheep. I don't want to eat that. Who wants to eat that? Nobody wants to eat strange smell little sheep. I don't think anybody does, really. I mean, if you think it sounds good, if you think strange smell little sheep sounds like a dish you'd like to order, please explain to me what the appeal of it is, because I'd like to know. I think basically they just got a bad translator, because I don't think anybody reading that English translation is gonna want to eat that. Strange smell little sheep. What? That's such a strange name for something. Is that what it literally translates to in Chinese? It's just like, did they literally translate it from the Chinese where it's called strange smelling little sheep? That doesn't sound appetizing. Like, I'm trying to, like the fancy stores, we were serving the expats, so they were, you know, the stores were mostly only white people are going into. Okay, so like you get some Chinese people going into them, but they're like fancy Chinese people, they're probably like Taiwanese. Anyway, like there's a super expensive supermarket that I tried to avoid going to, but periodically I went there because they're the only place that had like what you wanted. Like, no, I'm sick of this shit. I want a can of freaking those baked beans that by, you know, what are they called? Freaking I want a can of the baked beans that are by that one company. Not Hunt's, but what's that other baked bean making company? I can't remember what they're called now. But anyway, I want a can of that kind of baked beans. Well, you had to go to that one super expensive store. They're the only store that's gonna have like the American product you wanted. So what is that freaking company called? They're like the most famous bean making company. How can I not remember their name? Baked beans. They make baked beans, and it's like their number one thing they make. What are they called? What's that famous baked bean company? They've got a dog in their commercials that says he won't reveal their Bush's baked beans? Maybe that's what it's called. They've got a dog in their commercial that says they won't reveal their secret recipe. Anyway, I wanted those baked beans. It might have been a different brand, but in my memory now, in my imagination now, it was those baked beans. But it could have at the time been a different brand, and I'm just imposing that baked bean onto that memory. It was Bush's baked beans, maybe. I don't know. It's the one with the dog in the commercial. Your rejection is better than other people's approval. Well, you know what? If you want your rejection to be better than other people's approval, maybe you should stop giving other people approvement. Because approvement, well, then people don't know if you're approving of them or improving them, and they get confused, and they conclude that you must be Psyduck. It's Bush's baked beans. That's right. And the dog is called Duke. So Rachel, you were right. But it sounded a little bit wrong. She said Bush baked. I was like, Bush? No, Bushes, yeah. But then I pictured a B-U-S-H-E-S. I said, no, that's not right, though. Well, why was I wrong? Because it was apostrophe S. And that looks right to me, you see. Tell me something you don't know yet, Jake. Well, so are you telling me, Dark Sunshine, you already knew the dog was called Duke? I don't believe you. I accuse you of lying. Lying. Why? Because you're in Germany. Why would you know the name of an American dog in an American television ad? You wouldn't. Your dog would be named something like Heinrich. That's how German people name things. No, you are getting paid for it. It's just in imaginary dollars. I'm paying you a huge salary in imaginary dollars. You'll receive it every month on the 1st, 7th, 15th, 22nd, 29th, and 31st. If there is no 31st, then you don't get paid that payment. Well, maybe he should. Maybe he should. He can work up to showing his naughty bits. You start with like his shoulders, the back of him. Here's my right blade. Here's my left blade. And he could be like, now, here's that little scoopy part in my lower back, right before my butt starts. He could be like that. He could be all like, look at my sides. They stretch from my hip all the way to my armpit on both sides. I got two of them. He could be like that. He could brag about his collarbone. You ever seen a collarbone like this? Here you go. Here you go. Oh yeah. You could call it a collarbone. A lot of people used to call it the bone. I got a little deformity here. They're called it my deformity. It's like, it's supposed to be like flat here, but my bone is like all bumpy and deformed. You want to see? And look how deformed it is. Look how my deformity deforms me. After you say anything, if you want to make it sound sexy, you say, That's how you make things sexy. Look at these things. Look at these tendon things and this little scoopy thing. Isn't that sexy? That's how you be sexy. That's how you be sexy. Yeah. Look at my cheeks. Look at them glow in the sunlight. Isn't that sexy? Yeah. I could be like a Japanese girl. I don't know what's happening to me. It's real. People are so weird, aren't they? People do such weird things. It's so strange. I'm not saying I don't. I do weird things too. You know, I've been known on 3 separate occasions to do something weird. I'm not proud of those 3 occasions, but they do exist. An erection does not count as personal growth. Well said, Peter Tenchichi. Very well said. Very well said and well remembered, okay? I had to learn that lesson the hard way. When one time somebody said to me, "No, but you said you were going to help me with my personal growth," and I couldn't think of any rebuttal. So I had no choice but to get butt fucked for hours. Until finally I said, "Hey, you're equivocating." Equivocating. That's not a very good argument at all. I can't believe you fell for it, and now he's butt fucking you for hours. One might suspect, I suppose, that you purposefully didn't notice it because you wanted him to butt fuck you for hours. But then after several hours you said, "Hey, wait a second, you're equivocating. You better stop this butt fuck now. It's raping me instead of winning an argument." Which would seem rather odd if you had wanted it in the first place. You could have stopped it any time before. So I think instead you were wrong about your argumentation. If somebody is right, that doesn't mean you need to let them fuck you all night because they won the argument. A Other people should perhaps think that that's not a way to think, because it commits you to a whole lot of action just because you can't come up with a rebuttal, and that's not fair. So, remember, no matter how convincing somebody is that their erection is a form of self-growth, you should not feel obligated to let them butt fuck you. That's the moral of that song, okay? Even though they might be very convincing about it. I did it again. I babied your heart. Got lost in the game. I bet it did bam bam. Put it to down. Put it to down. I'm not that innocent. I'm not rats in a tent. Sorry, I'm not rats, huh? I was like, why did you think that people thought you was rats in a tent? No, Tiffany, that's not what it says. What is all it says? I'm not rats in a tent. It does say that. It does say that. You're right, Tiffany. Tiffany was right the whole time. It did say that. I don't know why I doubt her. I'm not rats in a tent. Autumn winds blowing leaves from the tree. Whisper. Autumn sounds like these twigs I step on, so crispy. They speak of winter coming soon. Soon dark will become noon. Winter whispers on autumn sunshine, or what we sometimes prefer to call Indian summer. Yes, Indian summer is a lot more cheerful than that autumn song. We can pretend winter's not coming soon, instead it's still summer all along. Indians say it's still summertime, and their native ways are better than mine, so as far as I'm concerned, it's Indian summer. Chinese summers are terrible. Chinese summers are full of long, boring ceremonies. You don't want to have a Chinese summer. It's like a bunch of bowing, a bunch of bye bye, you know, a Chinese summer. Could you spare a few drops of wash your sister sauce for my sandwich? Could you spare a few drops of wash your sister sauce for my salad? It's okay, it works just as well as a spread over dressing, or how I eat that tub of it straight from the curtain. Oh yeah. Could you spare a few drops to wash your sister's sauce? Or just a few more drops, please, to wash your sister's sauce? That's the kind of the sauce that you wash your sister with. And you say, here, squeeze it with my fist into a bottle and I'll sell it to you 'cause you're a pervert. Mexican Indians. A #1 hit, The Ballad of Salad. This is the story of a leaf, on just a lowly leaf on a plant, hugging close to the ground. Little knew, little then, that he, the hero, would begin his journey through the world. Lettuce leaf, oh lettuce leaf, go into those angry streets and don yourself some dressing. I said, lettuce leaf, oh please, don't be go agree. Come and give us your blessing. Now you're growing up, and soon you will be enough to be salad. Salad, crispy fine, dressed with wine, vinaigrette, don't forget it yet. That salad that we had, cashews that were ripe, it was a salad of our lifetime. When that little lettuce leaf looks back now at his childhood, he says, oh, I had so much to learn. I knew an hour was salad dressing above, and now I finally reached my pinnacle and purpose. I've achieved a better place than desserts have. Indeed, I have become true salad. That would be a ballad, I guess, about salad. If one really were to want such a thing, which probably they wouldn't. Can we please not have a ballad about salad? It's much more likely to be said as a sentence, you know. El Nino, my ass, you call those storms. Where is the rain? Those drizzles don't count, I drizzle more when I pee in the sink. Was just the right height to catch all of the undesired splatter. When I'm done, I'll go up there and climb a ladder. I will go up there and take me a bucket and pour water inside. And I'll say, hey Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom. Hey Mr. Cloud, won't you drop it from the bottom? Hey Mr. Cloud, drop it from the bottom on me. Okay, this thing that happens is happening again. And I hate it when this happens. And something must be done about it. Because it's a horrible thing that happens. The horrible thing that happens that I'm about to tell you about is so horrible, a thing that happens, that you might never recover from the trauma of hearing about it. So if you don't want to experience that kind of emotional damage by this horrible, horrible thing that happens, then turn off your listening parts right now. So anyway, there's this horrible thing that happens. This part of my fingernail, right here, this little bit, it keeps growing out too long. Despite the fact that I cut it off when it does, it never learns. And it just keeps growing out again. And then it gets stuck on the string. And it's annoying. You need to not do that. Okay. There. You can turn your listening parts back on again if you were avoiding the horror. It's over. The horror is over. Well, you might call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking games, but won't you Nancy good call me names. My daddy was a well-able Joe. I wasn't born and raised in no kiddo, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get it, you better hump and get it. Get a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but lost the game. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't need no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you got to hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Bone boy been around a little, and I like guitar and I like the fiddle, 'cause that's the kind of soul take to fan my flame. A blue-eyed Billy feared and ready, I got to work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. With the G on the end. Oh, is there a requesting queue? I haven't been looking at the chat. My bad. My bad. I'll play whatever request anybody's got. Sure. What are you requesting? I do not know what you were requesting. You have to repeat it. It's so N-I-Juicy, isn't it? Isn't it so N-I-Juicy? It's like just, it just plays itself, you know? It wrote itself too. Yeah, when he wrote it, it wrote itself. And then when you play it, it plays itself. Booster for my rooster. I don't have any booster for your rooster, but I will play you a little song called Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Okay, that's as good as I can do for you right now at this moment. I'll play you Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze because you, like Pucker Tart, are beset by the common enough misconception that all things can be solved by the application of something sour or, alternately, the application of something tart. Failing that, the attainment of more tartness and or more sourness are also acceptable alternatives. Because you think those things, that is why I will play this song for you now, to teach you the lesson that you are not alone. You are not the only one who thinks that. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze also thinks that. So that should make you feel better, knowing that you're not the only person who thinks that all problems can be solved by the application of sourness or tartness. That you and Pucker Tart share that strangely unique viewpoint. Doesn't it make you feel better about yourself, Peter? And teach you to know that you're not alone in that perspective? It does. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till he sees you again. He's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's International Delight's favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him and also busy like his friend the beaver bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee and busy as a beaver, and so much busier than Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-day. Yes, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-day. And if you go to visit him for starts, remember to bring something sour or tart. He's not a fan of sugary treats because he's Pucker Tart. He's not Pucker Sweet. Well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. Yes, he wants to be your friend, but he comes from around the bend, and it will be a while till he sees you again. He's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, he's a friend to you and me. He's International Delight's favorite go-to right-hand guy. He's international like him and busy like his friend the beaver bee. Busiest creature, busy as a bee and busy as a beaver, and so much busier than Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze. Well, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-day. Yes, he's Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-ba-ba-ba-doo-da. Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, shabba-dee-ba-day. Pucker Tart. Yes, Pucker Tart Lemon Squeeze, the friendliest guy that you will see. This song is really requires Rachel, but more than any other song, this song requires Rachel. But I'm gonna play it anyway. Just brooding here won't do any good, but brooding a little more my style. I see that your ways are standing where we stood, 'cause I've been stuck here a while. That's despite a natural selfishness that makes it easy to have fun. The flutters in the gut become a fist as all my visions come undone. I try to stream distracting dreamy afternoon. 5, 6, 7, 8. It seems like everybody's so sensitive and ready to just get mad. I seek the simple ways of living like a kid, 'cause who wants to be the dad? Have we lost our sense of scope and scale? Our capacity to laugh? The sense to know when not to wail, and how to dip the golden calf. I tried to string distracting dreamy afternoon away, but heavy new realities bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it. But then still unsaid, but still I need to get out of me what's inside my head. And still I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her, unhappily. And what you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sink clear down to the bone, down to the bone. Still I'm sad, sad for me, sad for her, unhappily, unhappily. What you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sink clear down to the bone, all the way down to the bone. Not just partially down to the bone, but completely all the way, balls deep to the bone. That's a deep sadness. It's a balls deep sadness. There's no sadness like balls deep sadness. You suck. Thing. Stop being like just slightly too long for this. You know, it's like, God. Do you have to be that way? Can you just be a little bit less too long? It's just, you're doing this on purpose. I know you are. You're not fooling me. You're purposely being just a little bit too long to fit on the screen. Just to be a dick. I don't even need that. I don't even need to look at these ones. Why am I even looking at it? That's how much of a dick you are. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles. And today we run out of time. Trouble past, struggles still to come. The day is nearly done. Someone buy us some more time. Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm not super evangelist, but I've got something to say. My life can stretch with rain to stay awake all night. And mostly voices say given, they'll try to sap your will to find. But whether I'm supposed to be here or just be super goddamn noise is sort of based on what I see here. And those who on the road. It's a very cloudy day in Los Angeles, and today we run out of time. Troubles past, struggles still to come. The day is nearly done. Will someone buy us some more time? Cloudy day in Los Angeles. Cloudy day in LA. I'm no super evangelist, but I have something to say. Something to say. Namely, that I would like a cheese sandwich. That's what I have to say. I think I'm going to play a song that I was requested to play earlier, but I didn't play. Why did I play? I don't know why. I just didn't play it. But I'm going to. I said, hey, I'm going to play that song now. You just watch me go, mister. What I'm going to say. Hold on now. Oh, you hold on now a minute, mister, is what I'm going to say to you. Now just a darn minute is what I'm going to say. Here we are. What are we doing? Why do we exist? These are the questions that none of us can ever answer. And why can't we answer them? Because if we could, then they wouldn't be those kinds of questions anymore. We just have none of those kinds of questions. You have to have some of them. You're living on a time frame I will never know. Alienation and humanity's soul. Imagine you a future after the collapse, returning to the urgency of isolated past. Picturing community free of metaphysics. You're hunting buffalo while you're picking right delicious. Knowledge of the seasons, wisdoms of old. Fires blazing in the night to keep away the cold. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land. With an agave weatherman. Imagining a history that never could have been. You lecture at the college, advancement is a sin. Lamenting disconnection and every corporate act. Asserting all your feelings and ignoring all the facts. Hostility is kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land. With an agave weatherman. You find modernity just so banal. Wish you had been born any time, but now your experience won't run afoul of exceptions you want to allow. You visualize nobility sipping on some port. The tribes of peaceful savages and beautiful comport. The few of history's people ever thusly did comport. Cause life was solitary, nasty, brutish, poor, and short. Hostility has kept at bay by what you think is in the way of life as children of the land. With an agave weatherman. With an agave weatherman. I played that well. Better than bad, anyway. I played it better than bad, which is better than bad. Amelia, go from that place. They come to you, the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise up above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove. What will they say when they look at you, then moving sideways into space you're in, and staring sidelong with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see that you and I will never be? Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, we're watching you fail for sure, no matter what we do. Amelia, when you rise above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you, then moving sideways into space you're in, and staring sidelong Amelia, you're just a freak with too much opportunity to leave out in the too much opportunity to leave out in the too much opportunity to leave out in the rain of me. Ba-da-bum. Ba-da-da-da. That's the ending. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's a cat. You refraining for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lives invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her, and what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's a cat. You refraining for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. Yeah, be done with him, because he's a big meanie. That's the message of that song. Don't hang out with a big meanie. Why? Because they're a big meanie. Nobody likes a meanie. I guess masochists like meanies. Okay, some people like meanies, but most people don't like meanies. Don't be a meanie. It's a good way to avoid having people say, I don't like you because you're a meanie. You know, it's like, I shouldn't have laughed at my first wife when she told me to pray for her during labor. That was me being a big meanie. You know, I didn't realize at the time. I just thought, well, that's a dumb thing to say. But really, I was just being a dick. You know, that's the best I could do at the time, I guess. I didn't know about cognitive functions, so I couldn't understand why people would say things like that, you know. Because when somebody says, like, pray for me when she's having labor, my immediate thought was, that's not going to do any good. Why? You know, like, why would you do that? That's silly. But the thing is, if I had thought about it from a more enlightened perspective, I would have said, well, what she really wants is your reassurance that you're doing everything in your power to help. Even though that's nothing. So, really, a little ritual pretend thing that we say and we agree to, because that way I'm doing everything in my power, which is nothing. Isn't that silly, the way people do that? It's silly. Well, you're in my thoughts and prayers. Oh, am I? Wow. How did I get in that exclusive club? That's fantastic. and that and $5 gets me a cup of coffee. It's like, I don't care. I'm in your thoughts and prayers. What good does that do anybody? None. No good. It doesn't do anybody any good. But people think it does. People think like, well, it's important to show that you care or something. It's important to indicate to the people that I'm not doing anything. But I'm going to say words that kind of make it sound like I'm doing something. And then everybody's satisfied for some reason. It's very silly stuff, you know. They don't want to be in your thoughts. It's just like the people in the military. They don't want to be thanked for their service. They're so not in the mood to be thanked for their service. Well, prayers, look, people seem to have got, somewhere along the line, have gotten the idea of prayer totally wrong. People think that prayer is how you convince God to do what you want. Which is so dumb. It's like, who that's it just doesn't make any sense no matter how you're trying to define your God or whatever. It makes no sense, right? It's like, if God's omniscient and omnipotent, He's not going to do what you say. He's not going to be convinced by your... Okay, but can I please have a new car? Like when I was a little kid, I prayed for my Doberman soccer team to keep winning playoff games. Even though I knew it was stupid. I was like 7 years old or something. Even then I knew I was being silly. You know, I was like, that's not how this works. But I did anyway. And then we lost. And when we lost finally, I didn't think, wow, I must have pissed God off this time. I just thought, well, that was a silly thing I was doing anyway, you know. Right, so the whole point of prayer is this. It's basically twofold, okay? Well, it's two different kinds of counter jinxing. One is you're counter jinxing by being genuinely humble and going, Dear God, please forgive me for these various sinnings of mine. Because, like, in this time I was just being way too irky and just, like, not giving a fuck about the fact that people are misinterpreting what I'm saying. And I'm saying it in a weird way to make it that happen and then not caring. You know, like things like that I do sometimes. Like, I could be a lot better of a person sometimes in how I'm communicating with people, right? Because how I communicate with people is an expression of my moral being, more so than really how I take action, because I'm not really SE that much, you know. But sometimes, yeah, I'm moody. That's what it boils down to, is I'm moody. And when I'm in a shitty mood, I'm just gonna be like, it's just shove all this fucking irkiness up your ass and be like, hey, pretend that's true. You know, Just being a dick. For no reason, except I'm in a bad mood. And it's like everything that's not what I think is shit. You know. Sometimes you get in that mood and then you just start communicating that to people. And if you're bipolar, you don't even think like, well, you're really telling them their shit. And they might feel like hurt feelings or something about that. But, you know, I don't think the gender switch, I don't think it makes any difference. I think if it were ENTP chick, INFJ dude, it would work just as well, except because it's like the roles of the two parties are only in the most nominal sense really linked to masculine and feminine roles. Whether or not it's masculine to talk a lot is very much an open question, you know. So the woman might be the more talkative of the two parties is kind of consistent with gender norms. You know, the thing is, both INFJs and ENTPs are gross. Okay, we're both gross. We don't have good hygiene really and stuff like that. But the INFJ just sort of stays magically clean anyway. You know, it's weird, and ENTPs just go like, "Oh, I'm so gross now. I have to get ungross." It's not feminine to be argumentative, anti-authoritarian, and not being socially sensitive. Okay, well, I mean, weak men may view that as not feminine, but that's just because they're stupid. You know, there's nothing masculine or feminine about being correct. It's gender neutral. You know, the people who think that being correct is a masculine thing are very weak men. Oh, you guys are saying you're not gross, huh? Yeah, just wait till you're in a long-term relationship. That's when you really start to get gross. Because then you can just be like, hey, right on. Neither of us is all super fussy about this shit. Except during sex, of course, in which case I get super fussy about it. We both have to bathe immediately before that. But when we're not having sex, then there's not really any reason to be clean unless you stink or something, you know. I put on deodorant so I don't stink. Yeah, being right is gender neutral, okay? And what you call argumentative, anti-authoritarian, you're just being correct, and other people are stupid. That's why they think you're being argumentative, right? You're just informing them of what's correct, and they're stupid. It's not any more complicated than that. That's not a masculine or feminine thing, right? It's just like, you know, some of us have the burden of being those very tiny percentage of the population who aren't complete idiots. I mean, it really is remarkable. Like, it's a tiny fraction, tiny fraction of the whole population of the world that are not complete idiots. It's kind of shocking, really. It's like, wow. You know, it's like, I get that obviously in any data spread, any kind of bell curvy thing, right? You're going to get a small amount up here. But it's just kind of shocking how how dumb over here is. You know, it's like, I get that there aren't going to be many of us over here. But I'm surprised at just how dumb over here is. You know? It's really dumb. I can't think at all. Most people. As far as I can tell. Now, look, I mean, the thing is, yeah, they've got skills. They've got abilities, skills, they've got earning power, they've got all kinds of important things, right? That matter a whole bunch. That's why they're stupid. You can't have both, right? You can't both be intelligent and useful and capable. Those don't go together. Those are opposite things. I mean, sure, you might say ENTPs are quite competent. Like, if you adjust the zoom level, you know, it's like, here's a moment where I was really competent. You gotta be like, okay, well, yeah, the ENTP, like today, I was really competent working with, or yesterday now, working with Chloe. You know, it's still trying to teach a fish to fucking fly, but whatever. No, it's not. People don't want to be steered in any direction at all. People don't want your advice, especially when it's right. Okay? They want, the more right it is, the less they want your advice. People do not want to be told that they are wrong. People do not want to be corrected. People don't want your advice. People don't care about the fact that what you're saying is true. It doesn't matter to them. That's not what matters to them. What matters to them is not what matters. What matters to them is what's important. And what's important is dumb. Only dumb stuff is important. You know, it's like nobody denies the importance of my child might get sick and go to the hospital, but only dumb people insist they wear a mask everywhere. You know, that's the point, because dumb people are more concerned about what's important than what matters. Is it hugely important to prevent your child from dying? Yeah, it's massively important. But is it still completely idiotic to make them wear a mask? Yes. You see what I'm saying? If you're caring about what's important, though, well, it's safer with a mask than without one, I guess, you know? And if you don't care about what matters at all, I mean, it's also safer for him to go outside with a lightning rods above him, so in case lightning suddenly strikes. It's also safer for him not to go outside at all, just be locked underground in a cage. All of those things are safer. But only idiots do those things. You know? And yet, the vast majority of the population, even now, at least half the people I see in the world are wearing masks. So that's an example of what I mean, right? If you care about what's important, you have to be dumb. Just how it goes. And if you want to be smart, you can't care about what's important. It's not people with high IQ. We don't want to mistake high IQ score for intelligence. That's one of the most wicked kinds of fucking Orwellian doublespeak that's ever existed. People made the IQ test calling that the measure of intelligence. Oh my God, talk about Orwellian doublespeak, right? That is not a measure of actual intelligence. Because why? It doesn't draw the distinction that I'm drawing here. It doesn't draw the actual reality of it, which is intelligent people care about what matters. And the dumber they get, the more they care about what's important. And that's the way we should measure intelligence. Because the other shit, it's like, geniuses, huge IQ geniuses, were responsible for blowing up all those islands with nuclear bombs. For no reason, except, you know what they were lacking? Data on what happens when you blow up an island with a nuclear bomb. They're geniuses, right? They got huge IQs. They can figure out science I can't ever figure out. And yet they're complete fucking morons. There's no denying it, right? There's no denying that they are morons making moronic decisions that I would never in a billion fucking years make. So, I mean, that's just how it is, Peter Dentici. You got to accept that the smartest people are not the most sciencey. They're not the most effective. They're not the ones who figure out how to do things, right? They're people like me who don't do things. That's what intelligence is. Ever since everyone else started wearing a mask and the security guards started following me when I went to the grocery store, I find it to be a net positive. Well, that's because you're not very smart. You're not thinking big picture. You're not understanding the precedent it sets. You're not understanding that action was taken without the framework being done properly first, and therefore is inherently destructive, divisive, and awful. It's just a catastrophic failure of public policy in every sense of the word. And anytime anybody wears one of those masks, they're getting the whole thing wrong. No doubt about it. So, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. What matters versus what's important. You find it a net positive because you care about what's important. And that's fine. You'll be happier and more successful in life than me because you're not as smart as me. And it's not good being smart. That's the other thing people get wrong. People think it's good being smart. It's not good being smart. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. I gotta tell people like Peter Dentici, well, here's why you think that. It's because you're dumb. He doesn't want to hear that. Peter Dentici does not want the truth on this. He does not want to hear the truth, which is the reason he thinks that is because he's dumb. But that is the truth, and because I'm smart, that's what I end up saying. Nobody likes that truth, though. Everybody goes, Eric, you're a dick, you're arrogant, blah, blah, blah. Nobody likes that. So being smart is not a good thing. Once we get that straightened away, nobody should want to be smart. Okay? There's the basic problem here is, you guys think being smart's a good thing. No. It's a fucking nightmare. It's an absolute fucking nightmare. Okay? Nobody understands you. Nobody listens to you. Nobody cares. And you're treated like a fucking insane hobo. So, don't think it's a good thing to be smart. Okay? It's like, you don't want to be the guy who has to tell Peter Dentici that he's dumb. It's not a fun job. I mean, it's kind of fun, I guess. It's not entirely unfun. But it's not a good job, really. It doesn't pay well. It doesn't pay anything. It's an important job, and it's kind of fun, but it definitely doesn't pay well. No. When I tell you, Peter Dentici, that this is an important job, what I really mean is it's not important at all. It just matters. Okay? It's not important at all. But it does matter, and it is true. Oh, silly Eric. Why are you so silly? It's like you got frustrated by one project last night and you go, nah, that's it, I have to eat the mushrooms now. You're such a baby. Like you're trying to put a couple of days between eating mushrooms, you can actually trip for real. Although I kind of like tripping like this, you know, it's like you're not really tripping. But you feel a lot better than you did before eating the mushrooms. After you puke, of course. The pre-puking period is, well, it's kind of just waiting to puke, really. You're kind of just waiting to puke, so that's not really a very exciting activity. But, like, I'll probably feel bad later for telling Peter and Tiki to be dumb. Maybe I won't, though. Maybe I'll feel good about it. Maybe I'll say, you know what? It's fine. We need to start teaching the world that dumb's a good thing. Dumb means you can be successful, you can care about things that are important, all that stuff, you know? Dumb's a good thing. How pity on the smart people, because they can't do shit. INTPs, completely useless. As useless as they can possibly be. Just absolute waste of breath. So, I mean, they're so smart, they can't even talk about how smart they are. At least I can do that, you know? Oh yeah, it's like I'm not the smartest. The smartest people can't even talk about how smart they are. That's how smart they are. They can't do anything. Yeah, INTPs are smarter than me, of course. But in my opinion, they missed the sweet spot, right? It's like you can't be so smart that you're completely inaccessible to everybody, right? In that case, there's no FE payoff. Well, they got SI payoff, so they don't give a fuck, right? It's like they just, as long as I'm comfortable, my coffee's hot, and I'm in my in my rabbit hole or whatever, I'm fine. Well, yeah, I guess that's great for them, but that's part of why they're so useless. You really just don't want to have SE any higher than 4th. Ideally, 7th or 8th. If you want to be smart. Yeah. But why anybody would want to be that, I don't know. That's the point. Nobody should want to be smart. Being smart is a curse. Being smart means Peter Dentigi tells me I've lost my moral high ground. Even though he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. And I just go, okay, well, you don't even know what that means, Peter Dentigi. You don't know what that means. Moral high ground is a specific thing that has meaning, right? Words mean things, for fuck's sake! But that's only matters to smart people. Because it's not important, it just matters, right? Whatever. I'm not here to beat up on Peter and teach it. But, you know, case in point, right? It's like, the moral high ground means something specific. I have not sacrificed any moral high ground. there's certain specific things you have to do to sacrifice more on high ground. I haven't done any of those. And so this is what I mean by, makes it difficult to communicate with you when you don't use words that mean things. I mean by having to ask for forgiveness, This is the kind of shit I have to ask for forgiveness about. I'm always stuck in these spots. It's like you get habituated to your ways and your strategies. And my strategies have always been like, just speak the truth directly. Don't sugarcoat shit, blah, 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 right? But maturity or growth means emerging from ways that you've become habituated to finding comfortable, when you can see how other people would be impacted better and you not harmed at all by a different approach, I mean, my first gut instinct is to say, fuck that, not harmed at all. It means I have to change how I am. But it's like, that's always been the case. The more you understand, the more you have obligations to act like it. And so, I don't know, Peter Dintici's always brought out these kind of reflective moments in myself. Because he says such dumbass shit. It's like, you say such dumbass shit sometimes, it's like, oh my god. What are you, like a machine designed to say dumbass shit? And perfected by a master mechanic who constructed it exactly to specifications, such that everything that comes out of it is the dumbest, assest shit ever. Sometimes I feel that way about you, Peter. But not always. Sometimes you don't say dumbass shit. Sometimes you say funny things. Made some funny jokes recently. So, you're not really like that machine. You're only sometimes like that machine. And it's not fair of me to say that you're like that machine when you're really only sometimes like that machine. Because aren't we all sometimes like that machine? A little bit. I know I am. Every once in a while I say some dumbass shit. Like when I was in the supermarket and there's a picture of Paul McCartney on a magazine. And I said, oh, is Paul McCartney dead? I was just like, no. I'm like, well, why is he on this magazine? And Rich said, is ABBA dead? And she pointed this other magazine that had ABBA on the front of it. And me saying some dumbass shit. And she schooled the fuck out of me, as I well and richly deserved. Well, that was because, I really richly deserved it because I laughed at her when she said some dumbass shit when she was throwing whippets earlier before we went to the store. We were watching this. We're watching this, like, survival show, I guess. Yeah, and they were in the snow, and so somebody made themselves snow goggles to prevent themselves from getting snow blindness by cutting out these really little slits here out of this birch bark, so they could only have a very limited field of vision. But it prevented their retinas from getting burned by the sun reflection, you know. And Rachel's like, oh, she's all tapped out on nature. She's like, oh, I wonder if that's why Asian people have slanty eyes. I laughed so hard. And she's like, is that racist? I'm like, no, it just doesn't make any sense because Asian people aren't all in the snow. You know. Anyway, then she burned me at the supermarket, so. Is Alba dead? Her tone was perfect. It was just like, yeah, we all say some dumbass shit, you know. Just yesterday, I accidentally said aquariums before I corrected myself and said aquarium. That was dumb of me. Once I suggested you should trust the moon. That was one of the dumbest things I've ever said. The moon is only whole like one night a month. What's trustworthy about that? Nothing. So, you know. When I said, Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall, I was just speaking metaphorically. I didn't want him literally to tear it down himself. I was suggesting that he use his position as Soviet premier to put into action a team of workers to take down the wall. Instead, it just turned out to be random people who took it down. And that's one to grow on. You might say in that moment, when I told Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall, I was saying some dumbass shit. Or, you might say, but Eric, that wasn't even you. That was Ronald Reagan. And we can agree to disagree about that. That's one of those things that we can agree to disagree about. Because as far as I'm concerned, it was me. I also invented French. I'm responsible for the high five. I discovered the moon. I am mostly responsible for Eminem's hit song, Lose Yourself. I jumped over the Grand Canyon at the age of 2 days on a horse. And you might not think it possible, but I'd given the horse a very good pep talk. Let's see, what else have I done? Alright, I was the first person to introduce playful bantering. Prior to which moment, all bantering was either serious or nostalgic. Well, Peter didn't teach you. I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to fight with you. I guess I should apologize for saying that, but you've lost the correctness high ground? Oh, I guess I just wrote it as moral high ground. I don't know why. Well, there's no such thing as correctness high ground. I mean, things are either correct or they're not. The moral high ground is saying, so moral high ground is a meaningful set of words because it expresses that regardless of whether you're right or wrong about this, you've lost, say, the moral high ground because the means by which you attained this position or this situation was morally unacceptable. So You at some point you're justifying the ends with the means, and that's how you end up losing the moral high ground. But correctness high ground doesn't mean anything. You're either correct or you're not. There's no correctness high ground. And you don't get to retain correctness as a status. Your statements are either correct or they're not, and the next one might be incorrect. So it's called projection. I'm projecting. What am I projecting? A movie of some sort? Am I projecting my own insecurity about what? I don't know what I'm projecting. I did misread it. I just acknowledged that. You're right. I misread it. And that was dumb of me. See, I told you sometimes to say some dumbass shit. I told you, right? That's what's called being correct. Peter didn't teach you. That's why I'm so correct. Because I already told you. Sometimes I say some dumbass shit. You can take those words to the bank. You know why? Because I'm correct about them. That statement is correct. Yeah, of course you'd say that, but I just won't. Right, but the point is, if people like ESTPs were along on the journey to blow up islands too, I'm sure. I find it hard to believe that you guys weren't on board with the blowing up the islands thing. They're my new test for intelligence, okay? If you think in any way, shape, or form it was a good idea for the United States to blow up islands with nuclear bombs to see what happened, then you are not smart. Okay? If you think there's any way, shape, or form you would have ever gone along with that, then you don't get to be considered smart. Because that is so fucking stupid. I just figure ESTPs would be like, okay, well, it's true that we don't really need this data, but I want to see this island blow up with a nuclear bomb. That's what I think ESTPs are going to do. They might get that it's dumb, but they want to see it blow up. Right? I don't want to see them blow up. I don't find that very interesting. Yeah, those aren't good reasons either. I agree, they're much better reasons. That's a million times better reason than the scientists' reasons. Their reasons were incredibly stupid. Your reason at least makes sense, okay? But it's not a good enough reason to blow up an island with a nuclear bomb. That's my point. Even though it's a way better reason than those other guys' horrible reasons, it's still not a good enough reason. So, No, that is not an NE value, a desire to see what happens. That's an SE value. An NE value is a desire to talk about what might happen. Very big fucking difference. Okay? To talk about what might happen is to delay seeing what happens indefinitely. Let's shake things up a bit and see what happens. That's straight up fucking SE. You know what we need to do? We need to shake things up a bit. That is SE, okay? That is not NE. People are constantly shaken up a bit by me, for some reason, but I'm not trying to shake things up a bit. I'm just weird, I guess. I'm just too weird for people. That's the only answer I have for it. Why? To the extent that it seems like I'm shaking things up, I am not trying to shake things up. When things are shaken up, they're moving around too much for me to build narratives off of them. I need things to stay put, not be shaken up. I don't like shaking up things. I don't even like my body being shaken around. I don't like being jostled. It makes me feel car sick. I get easily car sick, okay? So this is the thing. ESTPs get to be a lot tougher and kind of like cooler and funner than ENTPs because, yeah, they want to see the island blow up. And yeah, ENTPs kind of want to see it blow up too, but they go, that's not a good enough reason to blow it up. It would be fun, but we can just imagine it blowing up. That's fine. We don't need to actually blow it up. After all, if we blow it up, then it won't be there anymore. That just sounds like us destroying an island for no reason. In the most pollutionarily worst way imaginable. Just, oh, America. Why do you do the things you do? That's what I think to myself very frequently. What did those islands ever do to us? They were just sand and a couple of trees. But we found those little islands so threatening that we said, no conventional warfare will do. The only way we can meet the threat of that little uninhabited island is to go with a weapon of mass destruction. That island has got to go. We're gonna blow the living shit out of it. Why? That island wasn't that much of a threat, really. I mean, sure, those coconuts could have blown onto American shores. Who knows what kind of diseases or other spy-like capacities those coconuts may have had. Maybe they were just the scout forces of a whole flotilla of coconuts come to clog our waterways and exercise a kind of economic warfare against the United States. All those things are possible, but nevertheless, unlikely and inadequate justification for nuking the island. Everyone's like, wow, but we gotta nuke something, and we can't nuke those people, I guess. Yeah, it would be better if you just nuked the people. If you nuked the bad guys, then, well, that's what they're for, I guess. Nuking that island, that just really doesn't make any sense. No, Peter didn't teach you. Intelligence. Step 1. Intuit the truth. Step 2. Tell other people to validate it for you. Yeah, it's like sending a car into space, right? Nobody can call Elon Musk smart. Nobody can call him smart. If you call him smart, then you do not know what the word means. That man shot a car into outer space. That man recommended digging a big tunnel under Los Angeles as a solution to traffic, which makes just zero sense. The best thing he ever came up with or did, it was affiliated with, the most intelligent thing he ever was affiliated with was PayPal. But even that, it was just intelligent because it was the first of an obviously necessary thing, right? But which is NI tool, you know, and the will to do it, be to get it done, you know. But everything else he's done has been just derivative, and in the most sassy sense of the word, you know, and not interesting, not smart. He makes electric cars. They already had those. You know, he's gonna shoot us into outer space. We already did that. He's gonna implant shit into people's brains. That's not a good idea. That's a bad idea. Born of SI Polar. You know, like, your body and your bodily experience matter. And you don't want to go damaging it with shit like piercings and a bunch of other nonsense. But the more invasive it gets, the worse idea it is, you know? Musk is not an ISTP. That's silly. Although I will say this. He did a very good job on SNL when he played the role of the... What role did he play? It was in one of the skits I liked a lot. I didn't even know it was him until Rachel said afterwards it was him. Is this truly live? Well, it's not falsely live. And it's not truly dead. Nor is it falsely dead. Well, you could say it's falsely dead. You could also say it's falsely non-living or truly non-living. It's really up to you. Wario in court, yes. He was good in that. I liked him in that, as that role. I was being Wario. That was funny. I enjoyed that. I like to watch those Saturday Night Live clips. Sometimes you gotta sift through them some, you know, there's some crap, but the funny ones are often quite good. I think I've seen kind of all the funny ones, though. That's the problem. You'd think it's been going on for such a long time that you wouldn't run out of them, really, but you do. You definitely do. There are blemishes on the smooth face of the Pacific piece of ass. Are you talking about those awful islands we had to nuke? I agree. But now that you put it that way, when I think about it aesthetically, you're right. Those islands didn't fit there. That needed to be empty. Just aesthetically, for the area, you know. You just felt like, if you were designing the map and you put those were, you accidentally dribbled them there, right? It's like, uh-oh, I gotta clean those up. Well, that's all we were doing, really, is cleaning up the aesthetics of the map in that regard. I hadn't thought about it in that regard. You know, I was thinking about it so much in terms of whether or not those islands were adequate threats to our national security that I forgot to consider that they were aesthetically unpleasing. Which is nature's worst crime. What do you think the most aesthetically unpleasing creature is? Could be a bug, fish, any kind of creature. What do you think the most aesthetically unpleasing creature is? Like, slugs are obviously not very pleasing. But I wouldn't say they're the least pleasing. Some people might say like snakes are unpleasing because they're scary, but I don't think it's correct to say they're aesthetically unpleasing. I think snakes look fine. Penis fish. There's no such thing, is there? Penis fish. That's not a thing. There's no such thing as penis fish. And it's like, what really is the industry that Elon Musk is doing with this space travel shit? It's like millionaires get an extra high flying airplane ride that goes all the way into outer space. And it's really like presumptuous, Living in LA, you see the thing sheet up sometimes or whatever. Like, who is this fucking guy? And it's like, okay, I get the whole free enterprise thing, and it's good to sell people what they want. That's fine, but boy, that you sure are making a big like, you're claiming a lot of sky real estate or something. It's like, okay, you have way too much confidence in yourself. You should not have confidence in yourself because you don't have good ideas. And you've got so much confidence in yourself. It's like, it's scary, and you can see how genuine it is too, right? He genuinely believes in himself that much. Even though his ideas objectively are not good ideas. By any reasonable metric, he doesn't have good ideas. A fighter with babies on his back is pretty gross. I agree with you. Or eggs. Yeah. Or eggs. Yeah. But I'm gonna offer up the Jerusalem cricket, sometimes called the potato bug, nature's grossest creature. I'm casting my ballot for that one, I think. I can't think off the top of my head of anything especially grosser. Like, lungfish are really gross, but because they're fish, they're kind of less gross than bugs in some way. Kind of inherently. Leeches are halfway between fish and bugs. Don't you think so? Leeches are halfway between fish and bugs? I think so. They're bugs, they're bish, they're fish bugs, they're insects. Any of those things are fine. The key thing about an insect is it has 6 legs. And although there's some little technicality about some shit in Australia, there's like the marsupial of fucking bugs or something. So there are these little things in Australia that have 6 legs that technically aren't insects because they have this other thing inside of their mouth or whatever instead of outside. It's some super fucking dumb reason like that. But anyway, the point is, They look like insects, and they're obviously insects in every meaningful sense of the word, and they have 6 legs, okay? So the point is, insects all have 6 legs, and everything that has 6 legs is an insect. Isn't that interesting? Because not everything that has 4 legs does everything that had 4 legs a mammal? I don't know. Do I believe in God? Well, I engage in prayer. I exercise faith in the behavior of prayer. Remember, faith is a behavior, and belief is best defined as habituated affirmation. So that which you habitually affirm, you might say you believe, but you wouldn't want to affirm statements about God, because that would be engaging in the process of faith incorrectly. Namely, faith is a behavior of prayer, not an affirmation. You had a potato bug in the garage that was 3 inches long, likely weighed around half an ounce. Hey, bro, you want to pick up half an ounce of potato bug? So cheap, $50. Wait, half an ounce of what? Yeah, half an ounce, $50. Of what though? Potato bug? Wait, what did you say? Potato bug? Potato bug? Yeah. You want to buy half an ounce of potato bug? No. Who would want that? Well, I just thought I'd ask you. They didn't teach you. Look. What are you linking here? Yeah, I hope you're linking my video. I can't even see what you're linking. I don't even know what you're linking. I certainly hope you're linking my videos on this subject. If you're trying to inform me about some other person's perspective on the matter, it needs to be understood as I understand it, and explained as I explained it here, is a specific... In other words, I presented a specific argument block, right? There's no information to be gleaned from somebody else's random argument block. So you have to be responsive to my argument block and or subsume it. And I know you're not sending me something that subsumes it, so... But, or you could be linking one of my videos, in which case that's fine. I don't know. You and you wanting to show me this and that and the other thing. I can't even click the links. You know, when I'm streaming, I can't click the links. Eve, did you get the answer you wanted to your question? Do you now know the feeling of Jesus in your heart? Oh yeah. Do you now know the feeling of the Christ child within your bosom? The light of the Lord streaming forth to cause worship, to create a halo of glory that renews and invigorates you in the forgivenhood of the Christian. You're making jokes, not making an argument. Okay, cool. That's fine. I don't like it when people link me things as rebuttals. That makes me irritated. You don't link me a rebuttal, you make a rebuttal. Okay, if you're not rebutting, then that's fine. What about deism? I don't know what you mean. Do you mean that there is some kind of God and we're gonna make a bunch of statements about it? That's the kind of shit I'm saying is getting it all totally wrong. Because remember that faith is a behavior of prayer, and that to consider it a matter of argumentation is to presume that it's to make a category error, right? In other words, faith is like jogging. It's not like explaining why the mountain looks somewhat different from year to year, right? When people talk about deism and things like that, they want to make the relationship people have with faith-based behaviors into an explanation. And plenty of people who engage in faith-based behaviors also do affirm explanations. Unfortunately, they are wrong to do so. So it's always wrong to affirm any explanation regarding your faith-based behavior. After all, the very definition of faith is belief, quote unquote, in the absence of evidence or in the face of contrary evidence. Otherwise, it's not faith. So, to provide justifications for faith is to miss the point entirely, even on an argumentational level. But even worse than that, it's very much like you're trying to explain why you're going jogging. You don't need to explain why you're going jogging. You're just going jogging. You like it? I don't know. Whatever. Why are you going out for a walk right now? You wouldn't think you'd try to explain why that would be the case. You get that that's not something you need to justify in that fashion. Nor would you try to say, okay, well, I want you to explain how it is that you came to be sitting here right now. I mean, I could tell you where I was before. Is that what you're asking me? How did I come to be sitting here right now? I sat down? It's like you're getting it wrong, you know? So if you're talking about deism or other kinds of like intellectualizations of faith, then you're basically saying, let's have an argument about whether ducks are Protestants or Catholics. Ducks are neither. Faith is not an argumentational block. Understand? Am I out of cigarettes? No, I think there's a pack in the car. Ooh, but the car is so far away. That's the problem with the car. It's in the driveway over there. Outside. I'm like, whoa. It's 60 degrees outside. I could freeze to death by the time I get to the car and back. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it for you guys. I'm going to do it for our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ as well, of course. I'm going to put on this jacket and this hat. I'm going to march my little bottom out there. I'm going to move my car out onto the street so it's not my dad's way when he gets up to move his car someplace. I'm going to get those gosh darn cigarettes. I'm going to march my little butt back right in here. I'm going to do it all for you right now. All for you and our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. Praise be to He and the Holy Spirit and the Father. All three of them. Plus the Virgin Mary. Let's not leave her out. She's important too. I'll be right back. Oh, good golly, Miss Molly. I tell you, sometimes things are, your cousin died on a bad trip from weed? That's ridiculous. That's completely insane. That's not possible. Sorry. And you might not like it, but it's gonna wear off and just don't smoke it again, right? Anyway, whimsy, right. Whimsy. A whimsy from my lips pouring down on your thirsty ears. like meteors onto the inviting soft heads of people in Iowa. That is the kind of whimsy fall you get to enjoy here today. The whimsy ranges from doilies to garden gnomes to darling little guys and everything in between. If you like darling little guys, you're going to enjoy today's whimsical festival of whimsy. Yes, it's I, Muriel, here with Muriel's World of Whimsy. We talk doilies, we talk darling little guys, and we talk garden gnomes, or, shabby chic, rusty gold, found at the yard sales. It's non-stop whimsy. Do we have a caller? Would you like to talk about little guys? They sure are darling. Aren't they darling? They are so darling. I just love those darling little guys. Have you got a couple of darling little guys in your yard? You do? Tell me about it. Well, they're darling. They're little, and they're guys. What more? Chris Rock is an ENTP, and you consider yourself to be productive. Well, if you mean, am I responsible for copious amounts of produce? Then yes, I'm very productive. After all, I've produced lots of produced things, namely produce that's sitting in the wings. I mean not the wings, but here in the front, just at YouTube's place where nobody looks. People don't care about me, but I have produced a lot of stuff. Do I consider myself to be productive in a sense of like, do I feel I should be attaining it at a higher level than I currently am? Well, I mean, I have before. I had a career before, and I was quite successful as a debate coach, and I'm multiple national champion, coached multiple national champions. So, which is not most people cannot say that. It's not like there's anything kind of bullshitty about it or whatever. Scott Wheeler was my former assistant coach. He had policy national champions 2 years in a row, a year or two ago or something. I've got a whole kind of a big coaching legacy. So I've done high achieving stuff before, but it's not very satisfying, really. It's a lot of work for hoopla. The satisfying part of it is like the warrior culture kind of thing. It's like when you get a group of good debaters around you, everybody's cutthroat as fuck. It's like you go into those rounds, you're ready to shred. I want them to come out of those rounds wiping their opponent's blood off their shoes, So that's the juicy part of it, right? Because it's like it's legit. You can finally go legit. If you're a boxer or something, people want to come up and fight you probably all the time, but you can't really fight them because you just destroy them, and even if they do get you, it's because they're not boxing. They like pull out a knife and stab you all of a sudden, and you're like, ow, So, but in debate, when you get a bunch of good debaters, everybody, you're competing at the top of the level. Everybody's cutthroat. Everybody's there to ideally leave their opponents going wide-eyed and or crying, because they're kids, you know. I used to tell my debaters, make your opponents cry. Make them cry. You want to make me happy? I want to see your opponent walk out of that room crying. For sure. Because, you know, that's how you win. It's like if those, it would basically be like these scrubs here, these scrubs you have coming up in this next round, they're not good at all. It's like, okay, I see you've got a tough opponent here in the 4th round coming up, but these guys are shitty. So it's like they should walk out of that room crying. You guys know this, right? And don't take your foot off the gas, you know? That's the context in which I seriously mean that, because that's the risk. If you get soft, you never know. There's a little bit of arbitrary shit happens with judging, you know? You can get judge fucked and then it's like, should have won the round, but you were nice about shit. Make them cry. You know? Be a dick. Be a polite dick, but be as big a dick as you can possibly be. That's debate wisdom 101 for competitive debate, right? But see, that's not what I want to do with discourse. I don't want like I don't think that. That's why I don't really like what is called debate around YouTube, which is not debate. It's like to have any kind of a debate, you have to have a resolution and somebody affirming and somebody negating. You've got to have at least that. If you don't have that, then you can't call it a debate. And none of these debates have that. Well, it's true, I guess. The question would be, do I feel as though I've oriented my efforts in the right direction? I mean, I'm pretty hit and miss. Some projects I feel like, yeah, I'm glad I put energy into this, and I think it came out good. It was a good use of my time. Other times, I spend a lot of time on something that doesn't come together, and I go like, ugh. Like, you know, last night, I didn't like the way the labor, I'm trying to figure out a labor smart rather than labor intensive way of doing a certain kind of video. And the way I was trying it last night, hopefully that was, I think it was going to be faster, it was even slower, it was very frustrating. So yeah, it really goes on a project by project basis as to whether I end up using my time wisely. I try to when I start projects. I think I'm trying to use it wisely. I'm trying to do something that I think is worth doing. But I'm not very consistently right about that. You know, it just comes with being an NE-dom. Well, I'm not Catholic, but I do constantly wear a Catholic schoolgirl outfit. So I think that makes me an honorary Catholic, maybe? Maybe a cardinal? Does it make me a cardinal? That's how you become a cardinal. Well, I got some, so another question that Eve Toll might derive from Eve Toll's question is, do I consider myself to currently be spending my time wisely, on live streaming? Well, I don't regret spending this time. I don't regret spending this 4 hours live streaming. It was the relief to my frustration, right? So it's like, before I was live streaming, I was getting increasingly frustrated with this task I was doing. And so, okay, man. I started live streaming. I mean, I'm realistic about how much I can work too. Like, when I'm early in a bottle of amphetamines, I can work a lot, and so I don't like it when I'm not getting a lot of work done, even though I'm working a lot, right? And that's a TE thing, and it comes with the fact that I try to do some things that I haven't done before a lot of times, and so I have to figure out how to do them, how to TE it, or basically NESE it, like try some random shit and see. But I can TE some things pretty okay. Low compassion, high politeness. I think you're pretty compassionate. Remember, that's in a sport. It's like, you expect your football players to continue playing hard all the way to the end of the game, even if they're up by a few touchdowns, because you never fucking know, right? You never know. There's always that record comeback, and it always starts because the team that's way up takes their foot off the gas. So that's what I mean by be as big a dick you can, but be polite. Is you are trying to destroy the opposition. Do not think of them as people until the round's over. But that's because it's a sport, not because they're lacking compassion. Well, do you find it factually false? Like, do you have any reason to act? I mean, do you have any justifications behind your negations of things? Like, so, the Bible says here that some people put a baby named whatever in a basket and put it down the river, right? Do you have counter evidence of some sort? I mean, it's not really the sort of thing you can conclude is factually false, right? You just go, well, it doesn't mean anything, right? The question of whether it's factually true or false doesn't mean anything. It's the story that it is. There's no... The idea that somehow it needs to link to physical events, like as though it were a news reporting thing and that would give it more legitimacy or something, is just fucking crazy nonsense. It's crazy nonsense to people who don't get the whole thing I was saying before. It's insane, crazy nonsense. What fucking... It's not a possible question to answer. Whatever evidence you think you find is not gonna... That's not the sort of thing. It's like, oh my God. History doesn't... History back beyond a certain point, it's not about what happened, right? we don't know what happened on that kind of level. It's not possible for us to know what happened. If somebody wrote something down about we still don't know what happened. It's insanely overpowering language and expecting it to do things it can't possibly do. So, I mean, it's like you cannot expect somebody's story about some guy to be a matter that can be determined to be factually true or false thousands of years later. There's no way to, I mean, now maybe with everything being recorded, but not with just language describing it. That's crazy. It's not the kind of thing that works like that. Like, was it factually true that George Washington was a heck of a guy? It's a ridiculous question, right? And not the sort of thing that's factually true or false. And I know that's a sort of a different warrant than what I'm saying. Is it factually true that he chopped down a cherry tree? I guess not. Is that what the consensus is now? I mean, the thing is, it's like consensus on these things changes periodically. So for a while, it was like Shakespeare wasn't really Shakespeare, and now he really is Shakespeare again. Well, what does that mean? Shakespeare wasn't really Shakespeare, but now he is Shakespeare again. He was really somebody else. Well, the idea that Shakespeare was somebody to begin with is a silly notion, right? It's like he was the author of these plays, and this is the name that we link to these plays. Whether or not it was this guy or that guy or something, we'll never figure that out. And who cares? It doesn't matter. That's not, those things aren't factually, like, you know, maybe like 300 years, 400 years, where you can say, okay, this is factual or counterfactual. You go back off further than that, you're really dealing with mythology. It's not really history, you know? You can't expect it to be judged like history. His teeth were hickory, not heck. I mean, the point is, the way people told stories a long time ago well, I mean, is it in a lot of ways the same way people tell stories now, except it was a lot harder a long time ago to tell a story in a way that would persist for a long time. So only a small amount of stories, and each of the stories having a relatively small amount of words, ended up persisting from ancient times. So, you know, we've got these few books of ancient Greece. We feel like we know what happened in ancient Greece and stuff. I don't know what happened in ancient Greece. We've got archaeology stuff. We can make a bunch of interpretations and stuff, but we don't really know what happened in ancient Greece. That's silly. And, you know, it's like, to what extent was Aristotle and Plato actually a big deal in ancient Greece? Maybe they just happened to be this couple of lucky books that survived, and they're just self-aggrandizing, and nobody even fucking heard of them in ancient Greece. Maybe. We don't know, right? So the point is, it's wrong to treat objects of art, basically, as sources of information about things that aren't meaningfully understood by those metrics. It's not meaningful to understand the distant past in terms of what the facts of it are. It's much more meaningful to understand the distant past in terms of, like, well, in other words, we should put ourselves first and say, how do we currently think about the distant past? And what purpose does it play in our overall epistemology / understanding of the world or whatever? What assumptions have we placed upon it that are necessary for us to understand it, to the extent that we can recognize those? Because we are also locked in, to a certain extent, our epic. We're part of our own era, and there's certain kinds of worldviews and understandings that are perhaps deep, that are expressed by word one or word two, that we never can possibly understand the complexity or richness of, because referencing something that they all understood in their culture, and it referenced something that we just don't have an equivalency for. There's lots of things like that make it very difficult for us to apply factuality to ancient texts. Well, I think the flaw with Protestantism is they're protesting too much. I don't like those protesters. They're holding up signs saying, stop this, stop that, be good, don't do bad. I don't like those protesters. Also, where did that guy get off vandalizing church property with his nail and his piece of paper? He deserved to be arrested and fined for that degenerate behavior. What was that character's name? Martin Luther King Jr.? No, wait. It was just regular Martin Luther. Oh, that scoundrel. Those darn Lutherans. Doesn't Lutheran sound a lot like Lucifer? It does. They both start with Lu. For good reason. Luther ran himself straight to hell. That's what they say about Lutherans. They don't even believe in God. They believe in Martin Luther. That's why they call themselves Lutherans. These Catholics believe in Cadillacs, I guess, or cats, catheters. Catholics believe in catheters, so that's closer to God than Martin Luther. I guess Christians believe in Christ, and then your Protestants believe in protesting. Your Baptists believe in baptizing, but that's it. That's as far as we go. You're baptized, now we're done. Tadashi Zenhua, how do you do? Zenhua, Tadashi Zenhua, hello to you. Luther was a dick trying to gain fame by virtue signaling modesty. Interesting interpretation. I like that. I think that works for me. Why don't Protestants support BLM? Because they aren't racist? I don't know. Only racists think BLM is a good idea. Only dumb racists. We don't like dumb racists around here. After all, one shouldn't make a legitimate cause concerning police brutality about race. For fuck's sake. Could you be any more uselessly and wrongly divisive? No, you couldn't. It was a rhetorical question, but I'm answering it anyway. That's it. I'm pretty sure Catholic convert that your average Protestant doesn't smash a lot of statues. To be perfectly honest. You know, they're more ants than they are protesters, maybe. Which is to say, they've got nieces, nephews, and they're women. Oh, they're pro-testament. Ooh. That sounds juicy. I love testament, whatever that is. Can I testament it to see if it's okay before I consume it? Actually, I have already created the one true Christian Holy Bible. Everybody's welcome to read it. It's free of charge for anybody to read. I fixed it. Yep, just like cognitive functions. I fixed the original Bible, which was wrong in a couple spots. So, yeah. It's a lot shorter than the real Bible, as I always call it. If you really want me to testify in a testimonial fashion regarding the Testament, then you're gonna have to touch my testicles. Those are the terms. Those are the stipulations I have. BLM is a facade. It's a faith in a golden calf type situation. Well, if by golden calf you mean racist cop, you are correct. The problem, of course, is never been racist cops. It's not the racist cops that are the problem. It's the cops that are killing people. Somehow people have conflated that cop killed that guy for no reason. Oh, we have a problem with racism? No, we have a problem with murder. Okay? Our problem is the cop are murdering people. That's not a problem with racism. That's a problem with too much murdering. Anybody can see that. Excessive murdering. It's not like you can have an appropriate amount of murdering, but still, the problem here is clearly highly excessive murdering. It's not racism. And how silly would we be to be concerned about why they're murdering? It doesn't matter why, right? They might be murdering them because they got mouthy. They might be murdering them because they don't like women. They might be murdering them because they don't like black people. They might be murdering them because they don't like their hat. They might be murdering them just because they're in a bad mood. The point is, the problem is in the murdering, okay? And this should be central to any organization that is opposing the cops murdering people. So, for example, instead of BLM, Black Lives Matter, perhaps they would say, just call it MPIB. Murdering people is bad. That would be a good organization name. And nobody could dispute it. Not that anybody's going to dispute the Black Lives Matter, but every smart person is going to object to the co-opting of a murder problem as a race thing that is just like, no, fucktards. Okay, do the cops murder black people more than other people? Well, they murder a lot of Mexicans too. I mean, they murder a lot of Mexicans. They murder a lot of white people too. You know, anytime a young white male, like on meth or something, they're fair game as far as the cops are concerned, right? So they murder a lot of different people, really. It seems unfair of the blacks to take all the murders, all the murder victimhood from the thing. There's like, you know, There's this horrible case of that really bothered me. See, I was way ahead of this whole BLM shit. While BLM was out there fucking twiddling with their dicks, I was fighting the good fight against police brutality on Facebook by complaining about actual cases that occurred and trying to draw attention to this shit. And then years later, everyone goes, "Hey, there's a problem here. Gosh, Eric, did you hear about this problem?" You fucking retards. I told you about this years ago. Now you made it into a race thing? Ew! You fucked it up completely because you didn't listen to me. Americans don't murder. The cops, okay. You know what? I think they've gotten the message, though. I think they have gotten the message that they can't really kill people. Finally, it should have gotten it a long time ago, but I think they have finally gotten that message, more or less. Especially now black people. Like, okay, look. Fellow cops, listen. If you're gonna kill somebody, just don't kill a black person, for God's sake. Because they make such a fuss these days. That's crazy. It's like, you used to be able to kill them, no problem. Nowadays it's like, ooh, what a big complaining bunch of complainers you are. So, BLM has accomplished that. Which is not a bad thing. But, I mean, it just means the cops can go like, well, yeah, we killed him, but look, he was white. So obviously he deserves it. Normally we kill black people. When you kill a white person, well, they really deserve it. Oh, makes sense, says everybody. Makes sense. Oh, you guys killed an Asian? What a monster he must have been. An Asian woman? Why, she must have been Genghis Khan herself. What kind of a serial killer was she? I mean, she must have nuclear bombed things. You are not retarded, and why won't you? Yeah, F. These special people, they need love too. Yeah, Peter, stop hating the handicapped. Stop hating the handicapped so constantly. It makes me lose a lot of respect for you when you hate the handicapped. But you know what makes me gain respect for you? Telling you you're dumb. Oh, it's a wash. It's a wash. It's okay. It's all neutral now. It's like cops are crazy for ice cream and they have a weakness for chocolate one. I mean, look, there's no disputing that cops shot a lot of black people, right? I mean, there's just no disputing that. But the point is, it doesn't matter if they shot a lot of black people, or Asian people, or white people, or whatever. The problem is that they're murdering a lot of people, not who they're murdering. That's the point. And if you're focused on who they're murdering, then you get sidetracked into a whole bunch of other stupid shit like, oh, no. The problem isn't that the cops are murdering people, it's that they're racist. And that they need more training to not be racist. See? See how easy that is? Oh, I'm so glad this is about race instead of murder. This is about race. We just need to give them classes to teach them how to not be racist more. So then that solves the problem. What do you mean murder? Oh, right. The problem is murder, not racism. So, because you'll notice the vast majority of racist people don't murder people. There's a very, very weak linkage between racism and murder. Almost zero. So there's no reason for us to think that we should put the racism question ahead of the murder question. You're totted. Oh, well, that means you're retarded from Boston, right? Panda bears have it the worst. They're black, white, and Asian. But did you make that up, or did you get that from somewhere? You must have got that from somewhere, right? That's pretty damn clever. Pretty damn clever. Pretty damn clever. It's pretty damn clever. Pretty damn clever, I say. And I'm not one to throw out that verdict lightly. You know, it's got to be pretty damn clever. You know, it's like it's like that panda bear joke, right? The other panda bear joke. Panda bear walks into a restaurant, sits down, eats a bowl of something, gets up with a gun and shoots up the place, and walks out. And the assistant manager's like, "What the heck?" And the manager says, "Well, you should expect it. Look, giant panda eats, shoots, and leaves." It's that joke. It's like that. That's a clever joke too. I didn't make that joke up. Pretty clever. So it's a punctuation related joke, you might say. The rope killed the guy, not the guy killed the guy. Maybe the guy killed the guy with the rope. You thought about that? Maybe he used that rope to kill that guy. And then you'd say, oh, why didn't I think of that? He used the rope, and that's the fact. Did you know? Is that what you're saying to yourself right now? I got it typing in like 2.5 hours. That's fine. That won't be so bad. Oh my god, my vacuum cleaner is so sexy. I shit you not, it's the sexiest vacuum cleaner. It's just like, it's a beast. Makes me feel so good to go. It's like pulling up the carpet, you know. Yeah, vacuum that shit. Well, I got the big one. I got the 6 horsepower one, you know. 14 gallon, 6 horsepower. That thing's that. Yeah. Well, I mean, now that I got this good shop vac, I'm living high on the vacuum hog, as they say. My dad had a shitty ass shop vac. I've been trying to get by with some like half-ass vacuum cleaners ever since I like can't really keep my what would you call them? Dyson. flying across the video. God's name. God. Only because Winston Long owns it. That's the only reason why. God, which one was it? I don't remember. But that's one? Why is like everything's so hard? It's like, just stop already. See? That's what I'm talking about. Now it's like hard. Okay, fine. No, it's fine. No, it's fine. I'll be like that, fine. Okay. I guess like this one. Fine. Yeah, that's the one I placed it. Why I said. I wouldn't have said it if we didn't want to do that. There. Yeah, it's not an 8-cylinder vacuum cleaner. It's a 6 horsepower vacuum cleaner. It doesn't have any cylinders. Nor does it have any pistons. It operates both cylinder and piston free. Nor does it have any vacuum tubes. Interestingly enough, as a vacuum, you might think, hey, it must be full of vacuum tubes. No, nary a one. Well, that's all part of the colorful presentation that collectively we call Eric. His accent varies as he takes on the affectation of a Southern Californian, perhaps a New Yorker, perhaps a German, delighted at the size of their Wiener Schnitzel. We never know what delights of whimsy might befall us when we join the happy parade that is Talking with Famous People. Oh, Peter, come dance with me. Come, it's slow dancing time. They're playing that song that you love so much. Once, twice, 3 times a lady. You know that one? Is that your favorite song? Or am I mistaking it for You Are So Beautiful to Me? Yeah, everybody loves vacuum cleaners. Nothing gets me moving and grooving like a shop vac. But it's really good at sucking. No, not for any sexual reason. Because shitty vacuum cleaners are very frustrating. You know, they take a long time to suck up the dirt and stuff, and you have to keep going over and over and over it. It's very frustrating. I want a vacuum cleaner that can suck the rust off a tailpipe, you know? I want a vacuum that pulls up the carpet when I go over it, so it's really getting that shit, you know? And it needs to be wet dry, because I want to clean the... And in fact, it was very successful. I didn't clean the whole carpet yesterday. But the part that I did, scrub, put the soapy water, scrub it, and pull the vacuum over it, came out substantially cleaner than it was prior. And note, I don't have an official carpet cleaning vacuum, right? You don't need one of those if you have a good shop vac. my SE got to me and got to you and made your FI Cree. I don't know what creeing is, but is it the same as squee? I do know what squee is. Squee is something you say when you see a cute little creature. Squee! I believe that to be the correct usage of it, right? When nature yeets its cuteness, you say squee. Right. Well said, Eli. Well said. Vacuums that don't suck, suck. Vacuums that suck, don't suck. That's one of nature's greatest ironies. The harder a vacuum sucks, the less it sucks. Well, Peter didn't teach you. You know what I think? I think that you probably shouldn't have an opinion on my vacuuming technique. Given the fact that I'm not complaining about the performance of this vacuum, perhaps you should be, like me, complaining about the shitty vacuums I was previously using. Have you thought about that, Mr. Man? Yes, I went there. I called you Mr. Man. You know you're in trouble when I'm calling you Mr. Man. But it's one step away from Tiger Sport. What I said all the way home as my brothers and sisters were taken to the market. Oh, I think that's wee, actually. Do they make vacuum cleaner attachments that turn a vacuum into a sex toy for men? Well, I think this would be very painful. You'd have to have a shitty vacuum. Rather than to sacrifice vacuuming your penis. That's not worth it. You know, it's like, I gotta tell you something. Receiving, well, put it this way. A woman's top vagina does not is not a suctioning device. Mostly. It's not primarily doing that, right? It's not. Yes, a woman can suck in air with her mouth, but not so well when your penis is in it. Not really at all, in fact. So, you know. Yeah, must be, Peter. Must be an ENTP thing. You and me, a couple of ENTP buddies. What with our wacky wordplay and our fighting back and forth like little siblings. Oh, textbook ENTPs. At it again. Dust busters. Yeah, listen, those are fine, Mrs. Mom, if your ambition is to bust dust. But I'm talking about more serious grossness than just dust, okay? You know, like the cat puke that I found behind the couch yesterday. That's not dust. That's not... Dust busters are not up for that pile of cat puke. Now, I don't know if you guys have heard, but LA County just got its first case of monkeypox. Yes, monkeypox. Apparently, we've got to watch out for monkeypox. What is monkeypox? Well, it's a mild form of smallpox. It's, you know, catching on. It's the newest rage. Monkeypox. But it's got such a delightful name. You almost wish you. It's like, well, I like the fact that your poxes get animal names. You get your chicken pox, your monkey pox, your dolphin pox. Dolphin pox is fun. It makes you break out into porpoise-like barks. What about the notorious game of spin the bottle and get a penis hickey in the closet from the older girl next door? I don't think anybody wants a penis hickey. That's not a good thing. That's too much sucking. Okay? It's excessive suckage. That's the point. That's not the job of the top vagina. It's not to be a vacuum cleaner. Okay? Just totally different things is my point. Vacuum cleaners are for vacuuming things. If the world would just let things be what they're supposed to be, instead of trying to make them be something else, then we'd all have a Merry Christmas. If candy and nuts were Christmas and butts, then everyone would go to hell. You know the old saying. It's fantastic, like my wardrobe. Crockpox. You break out in sores that look exactly like crocodiles. People go like, hey, do you have alligator pox? I'm like, no. Look, these are clearly crocodiles. Very, very clearly crocodiles. If you think these are alligators, you're just delusional. That's a lake trout, not a brown trout. God. Get it right. That's the Loch Ness Monster, not your mom. Jesus Christ, man. Well, betting tips 3,000. I got a hot betting tip for you tonight, okay? For tonight's game. I don't think monkeypox has anything to do with monkeys. I mean, I just read a little bit of this article that I was carrying the paper into this for my dad when I went to get the car. We get cigarettes from the car and put the car on the street. I grabbed the newspaper to bring it back in on my way back in, and I saw monkeypox. Normally I never even open it in the paper, but alright, I gotta see what this is about. So I looked at it for a little bit, but it didn't really say a whole hell of a lot. It was like, it was more like, this is what it looks like if you get it kind of shit. Like how to tell if you're getting monkeypox, what the symptoms are. It wasn't really about why it was called monkeypox or where it came from. You got corona, but nobody gave you any crown or beer. Right. Well, just be glad they didn't give you a solar corona. It would have been too hot for you. You need more sunscreen than that. But betting tips 3,000. I want you to listen to tonight's game only, one time only prediction. Okay. The Lightning are going to beat the Rangers and cover the spread. Going to be a sad day for me and Rachel. We obviously want the Rangers to win, but the Lightning got shocked by their own bolt, you might say, in game one. That Lightning goalie does not normally give up that many goals. But I'm not just saying they're going to win. I'm saying they're going to win and cover the spread. Okay, I don't know what the spread is in hockey or how they do that, but there's got to be something like that, right? They're going to win by like 2 or 3 goals. Now, I don't think the Lightning are going to win the series. Okay. I don't think the Lightning are going to win the series, but I do think they're going to win tonight's game. The puck line. Is that what they call it? The spread in hockey is the puck line? There's still some things about hockey I'm still trying to figure out even. Like, it seems like sometimes they call this thing that happens icing, but then sometimes they don't. It's the same thing that happens. It's like, okay, well, why didn't you call that icing? It's like that's one of the things that sometimes still I wonder. Maybe it's just they just chose not to call it for some reason. And then it's like, okay, how it seems they're pretty. You're supposed to have the puck if somebody's gonna run into you, right? You can't run into people who don't have the puck. Okay. As far as I know, I think this is one of the rules in hockey, right? But it seems like the officials let them run into the guy if they have the puck or if they've recently passed it. They don't really have to have it, it seems like. Like, people are getting hit after they've passed the puck all the time. And they never call that. So they don't really have to have the puck to hit somebody. You just have to be, kind of like a yellow light thing or something. Players across the center line before the puck. Oh, you can hit people across the center line before the puck? Oh, okay. I thought you had to have the puck before they could hit you. And then, when they do call something, it's like, you call that? All this shit's going on, and you call that? Okay, well, I guess that's tripping. Yeah, he tripped him, I guess. But it's like, meanwhile, while that guy's tripping this guy over here is punching this other guy in the face. So it's like, okay. Or you're not supposed to hit them after they've released the puck, but they get ignored if it's not too big of a hit. I'm glad it's not like football. That's the cool thing about hockey is it's like it's by far the least pussy sport. By far. I mean, there is not one speck of pussiness in hockey. It's like they fight each other all the time. They get into brawls all the time. People aren't getting suspended and fined and shit. It's just part and parcel of the game. Isn't that funny? It seems crazy, but it's great. I love it. and I tell you what, unlike hockey has a lot in common, sort of, I guess, in terms of flow of play kind of qualities with soccer. In other words, it doesn't stop very often for anything. But unlike soccer, it's the exact opposite. You would never see a hockey player fake getting fouled because hockey officials, they don't. They're like, oh fuck no. Hockey officials are great. They're fantastic. They totally stay out of shit, you know? Until there's a big brawl, like at the end of the game, the first Rangers Lightning game, where there's a sandwich with this like Rangers player and an official, and then a Lightning player on top of the official. Oh, it must be hard being a hockey official, I guess. Well, I think the Lightning were pissed at the end of that first game because they got their asses whooped, you know. Oh, you're getting an unsportsmanlike penalty for faking? That's good. The thing is, I'm really amazed also at the way, two things. One, the way that hockey goalies can react so fast. Like, how could you possibly catch that? It's like, pow! And he's just like, pow! And catches. Like, how do you catch it that fast? But number two, the people who shoot it, like, there's this little space between the top of his shoulder and the top of the goal. And he just shoots it right there as the goalie's going like, rah, you know? And how do you hit that little teeny spot? Well, they're good hockey players. That's how. The funny thing is they're doing it all on ice skates. Is normally you'd think, okay, how do you make something, no matter what it is, more gay? Well, the answer is put it on ice skates, of course. Not hockey, though. How do you make soccer way less gay? Put it on ice skates. You know? I mean, I think the impressive things the goalies do are not being big. It's how fast they move the various parts of their body. It's like they must start moving it before the guy even finishes hitting it, you know? Because the puck's moving fast. It moves like 90 miles an hour sometimes. And they'll stick out their leg like, pow, and block it. Or their stick, too. It's like they'll block it in the air with their stick like a fucking ninja, you know? Yeah, you see these things, you see anime things where like somebody shoots an arrow at the ninja guy or the samurai and he takes his katana and fucking chops it out of the air. Well, hockey goalies actually do that shit with their stick. They'll be like, pow! And knock it out of the air. It's like, okay, you guys are freaking superhuman or something. There's no way in hell. That thing would be like square hitting me straight in the nose, and I'd be like, move my stick? Oops, a little bit late. Yeah, soccer. I tell you, the diving and the faking injuries and the crybaby shit practically ruins the sport. It's so rampant and awful. And especially like Italians and Spaniards and Portuguese, they're the worst. They're just like, oh, hey, oh, my leg is gonna fall off. They're terrible. Oh, get the fuck up, you fucking baby. I hate that shit. Yeah, sure, I do. It's $65. There's instructions someplace around. It's on most of the videos. It says like, if you are interested in typing, click this document. It tells you how to do it. I know they cry and so they and it's like the whole rolling around on the ground thing, right? It's like, why so many theatrics? How is it that soccer? It obviously impacts the soccer officials, right? So because of the way soccer's gotten, soccer officials won't call an obvious foul unless a guy goes, "Oh my God, I'm paralyzed for life. I'm dying. Oh Jesus!" And then they come and spray that fucking stupid spray on them. What is that gonna do? Hey, you sprayed something on me. Now I feel better. Soccer. Women's soccer is so much tougher than men's soccer. Women don't do that as much. Not nearly as much. Women's soccer is a better game to watch, really, than men's soccer because of that. But I like World Cup soccer regardless. I can't get enough of it. When it's World Cup time, I gotta watch as many of those World Cup games as I can. They're super exciting. Yeah, as soon as the ref rules in their favor, they make a miracle recovery. Yeah. Then sometimes they grab parts of their body that aren't even hit. You know, you see these videos of some guy who like gets bumped in the hip and goes, "Oh, my face! Oh, my face has been destroyed by his fist somehow." And the refs go, "Yellow card!" You people, soccer, you guys need to get that shit in check. So one way or another, you got to get that shit in check. That's a problem, you know. Yeah, Jeremiah Fix has a good solution. Every time you catch a soccer faker faking, they have to eat a lemon. Yeah, I know. I'd like to see a logic tree which explicated the overgayness of male soccer. The overgayness of male soccer. Future dissertation. Yeah. You know, soccer is one of two sports, really, where being short is kind of an advantage, or at least not being particularly tall. Occasionally you get some tall soccer players in there, and they usually are like header specialists, right? But your best soccer players tend to be about 5'7" or whatever. And the other sport that's like that is horse racing. Jockeys, obviously, are very small. But jockeys are way tougher than fucking soccer players. You know, jockeys do crash off their horses sometimes, and usually they just dust themselves off and keep on going. Occasionally you see one get badly injured, but yeah, they don't complain. You never hear a jockey complain about anything. Jockeys know that they've got to be super cool to get the good mounts, so you never hear a jockey complain about anything. One of my across the street neighbor's daughter just sort of finished a short-lived, not very successful attempt at a career as a professional goalkeeper in, like, I think Iceland. And I guess she wasn't good enough, and so she's back and gonna follow in her dad's footsteps. And well, actually, she's gonna be like, I think, I don't know, some kind of either sheriff or fire department or combo thing, like search and rescue or something like that. She's gonna do something like that. And that's her fucking exercising all the time. Running around. I'm like, I guess you never heard of cars. That's a dumb way to get places. You get all sweaty, it's hard. You don't want to do that. It makes me fart just thinking about it. I ever played baseball? Well, I used to play baseball here on the street with the kids on the street. And I have played like with the kids on the street at the Diamond too. And we used to play beer softball with the girls in high school and stuff, or after high school. But no, I never played Little League. The Little League that I was in was AYSO soccer, and I was not a good soccer player. That's the only organized sport I was ever really in. I was in the Pasadena Boys Choir. I was a debater too. That's the real sport I did, was debate. But it's not a very athletic sport. It's more of a vocal cord workout. And you got to dress fancy too. You have to wear a suit and tie. It's the only sport where you have to wear a suit and tie. I did play me some stickball. Yeah, I mean we played plenty of hardball, catch, and then like wiffle ball, and then if we went to the school, we'd play hardball on the Diamond. But we tried not to play hardball on the street so much because, you know, the street's not shaped like a baseball diamond. It's just straight shaped like a street. No, well, and the thing is, you know, I didn't value it like I should have when I was doing it. Same with my time on the newspaper staff. It just seemed like this shit I had to do or whatever. I don't know. I was FI poor. I don't know what I want. Later, I realized like, oh, those were special opportunities, special times, like to have the opportunity to compete and win at the top level or close to it anyway. I mean, the thing is, I never won a national championship or a state championship. But I like to think the reason I didn't win a state championship, because I qualified for states, is because my school didn't go. Who knows? The thing is, I ended up many years later hiring as an assistant coach the lady who won California State Policy Champions the year that I didn't go, but me and my partner qualified. So how ironic is that? Denise Kemble, state champion, California Policy State Champion in 1988, 89, I'm not sure. Well, I mean, the thing is, part of coaching Betting Tips 3000 is getting good players, so to speak. So whether you're a coach at a regular day school, like, you know, a public school or something, or whether you're a coach like I was at a private program that was structured to to have introductory level classes that I could cherry pick the best kids out of. Whatever way you're doing it, part of the job of coaching is recruiting. So, it is true that a good coach will make the best they can with what they have the first year, but they hope to not even have to endure that long with shitty kids, you know. It's like, when I was at my peak at Kudos, I didn't let any kids but the very best, the very most intuitive thinking type kids onto my team at all. They just got stuck in the like intro level classes and stuff. I had 30 PF teams in my Sunday afternoon class, which is 60 fucking kids. And there's a waiting list to get into it, you know. 30 public forum teams. 30 competing public forum teams in my Sunday afternoon public forum class. Can you believe that? That's a shit ton. If you know anything about debate, that is a shit ton of public forum teams. That's a shit ton. That woman made so much money off of me. Oh my god. She packed 60 fucking kids in there. And, you know, they're all paying like, I don't know, three grand or something, $4,000 for the year. And then, of course, they're good. Then we go have a nationals package, you know, and say, okay, well, we're going to Nats. Who's going to go to Nats with us? Oh, yeah. I'm more or less retired. I mean, not so much retired as just, like, well, I'll probably coach Jeffrey some in policy for this upcoming year. And the reason is because he's got a partner who wants him as a partner who's going to debate camp. So what it means to go to debate camp is, if you're doing policy, is that you do a lot of the prep work on the topic during the summer, and the topics stay the same all year. So because Jeffrey's got all this other shit going on, I said, you don't have time for debate, man. But since his partner is going to be going to camp, he'll be coming in with all the apps and shit they make in camp. So I just have to go over the topic with him a bit. And then when I work with both of them together, I can clean it up and make it more powerful, you know. Because ultimately, what I bring to the table as a debate coach is I make the best cases and the most difficult to anticipate and or negate cases on app. And my negs, well, I mean, it really depends on the topic. You can't really say I've got a specific neg strategy. Like with all negs, you got to respond to the arguments that are being made, and it depends, right? Occasionally you can have a topic that's subject to a good K that you can apply a neg critique of some kind that's going to be more or less a generic, you know. But regardless, my profession for my life has been a teacher. Yeah, well, I first was a classroom teacher in special ed. Then I was a classroom teacher in English, with also a period of debate and a period of logic, period of psychology too. 1 year anyway. I taught AP Psych, but then I left that school where I was coaching their middle school debate team to work full time as the director of a debate only private academy, which competed in middle school primarily. Although we did compete in high school tournaments, we competed with middle schoolers because certain rules make it difficult for private. It's like, private academies kick the public schools' asses so much that they ban us from competing. But in the middle school, you can compete. We had a local middle school league that included both public schools, and private academies. The academies are where the money's at, because if you're genuinely the best, like we were, I'd bring a juggernaut team to those tournaments, I'd walk in there with a fucking gang of suited Chinese people behind me. And, we were good. When you have a lot of good debaters, it starts to do itself. You've got your captains who are coaching the kids underneath them, and it becomes a juggernaut. You become a factory, and you've got a boss who's marketing the shit out of it, and you've got legitimate things to market. It takes on a life of its own. But it was a lot of work, and the woman didn't understand, didn't see me as, she thought that by getting me to make all this curriculum that she could then replace me. She doesn't get, there are two things in life you can't replace. You can't replace good coaches, and you can't replace good players. So it's like, you can't just pull out Nick Saban and plug in anybody else and expect Alabama to continue performing like it performs, And the same thing is true with certain sports with players, like basketball specifically, because there's a small enough number of people. If you've got a team that's winning consistently because they've got Mia player on it, you can't just replace those players and expect the team to continue winning. They're core to what's going on. So, but it's more true of coaches than it is of players, and especially like with the younger the population of athletes. So college coaches, it's especially true. High school coaches, it's especially true. Middle school coaches, especially true. Once you get into pro coaches, well, there's, I guess, an equivalency of skills. It is still going on, and I'm so happy that you're so happy. Because if you're happy, then everything's good. The thing is, here's the reality. Whenever I'm not happy, Rachel's not happy either. So, whenever Rachel's happy, everything's good. I don't do a good job of avoiding spilling my meow onto her. It was I'm glad I have it on my life resume, so to speak, but it was working all the time. And the other thing is, when I was most successful, I was, as a professional, I was least successful as a person. I was a drunk and just a mess, I hated myself because I had too much of a problem with alcohol, even though it didn't really impact anything. It's like, yeah, it didn't impact my job. In fact, I was a much better employee when I was a drunk, because I didn't argue about things, and I didn't push back much. I just did what I was told. Well, it depends on the sport, right? Betting tips. So, and it depends on the position. It's not that difficult necessarily to replace a high quality running back, Quarterback, you got a bit more of a problem there. But running backs, how successful running back is seems as much to do with the offensive line as it does with the running back, frankly, and the offensive play calling. If you got a good offensive play caller who's always springing backs from like delayed handoffs and shit, running out of the spread, you can have a hugely successful running back who's just a fast little guy, right? But it really depends on the position of the sport. Like if you're talking about tennis, tennis doubles, if you're like the team of Rafael Nadal and Joe Smith, alright, well, we'll just get Bob Stevens to replace Rafael and it'll be just fine. No, obviously that's not the case. Well, Catholic convert, for me it was as simple as I felt as though anybody could make the argument that, well, you're a drunk, Eric, and that would end the argument chain, so there's no point in starting any arguments. I am on LinkedIn, but I am linked out. When I'm LinkedIn, I'll let you know with the shadow, say, hey, I'm linked back in. I've not looked at that horrible place in so very long. I forget what my own face looks like on the page. Probably from a younger age. But I know I don't want to be LinkedIn. I don't like LinkedIn. It's silly. You know what else I don't like? I really don't like? I don't like WhatsApp. WhatsApp can suck it. What do I have to say about WhatsApp, okay? You can suck it, WhatsApp. That's what I have to say to you. That's nice. I don't remember the words to it, but it's nice. Anyway. It makes me feel, like, aw. A little bit like that. Well, I'm going to end this live stream pretty soon, but Oh, guitar. Where do you get off being so guitar-y all the time? Can't you just stop for a second? Can't you just stop being a guitar? Be something bolder, like beef jerky. If this guitar were made entirely of beef jerky, how much more bold would it be? It would be at least 8 times more bold. At least 8 times more bold. Look at me, I'm as helpless as a kitten up a tree, and I feel like I'm clinging to a cloud I can't understand. I get misty just holding your hand. Walk my way, and 1,000 violins begin to play. Or it might be the sound of your hello, the music I hear. I get misty the moment you're near. Oh, can't you see that you're leading me on? And it's just what I want you to do. Don't you notice how hopelessly I'm lost? That's why I'm following you. On my own, when I wander through this wonderland alone, never knowing my right foot from my left, my hat from my glove. I'm too misty and too much in love. Too misty and too much in love. Well, that was not a very good rendition of it, but it's a great song. Even though I didn't play it very well. I tell you once more before I get off the floor, don't bring me down. Don't bring me down. It's a fun song. I like it, you know. It rolls. It rolls, it rocks, it moves, it socks. It's like, yes, you've done a good job with that song. I am pleased by your song making. You have pleased me, and therefore I shall praise you. Oh, little town of Bethlehem, how still we see thee lie. Above thy deep and dreamless sleep, the silent stars go by. Yet in thy dark streets shineth the everlasting light. The hopes and fears of all the years are met in thee tonight. For Christ is born of Mary and gathered all above, while mortals sleep and angels keep their watch of wondering love. O morning stars together proclaim the holy birth, and praises sing to God the King, and peace to men on earth. How silently the wondrous gift is given. So God imparts to human hearts the blessings of his heaven. No ear may hear his coming, but in this world of sin, where meek souls will receive him still, the dear Christ enters in. O holy child of Bethlehem, descend to us, we pray. Cast out our sin and enter in, be born in us today. We hear the Christmas angels, the great glad tidings tell. Oh, come to us, abide with us, our Lord Emmanuel. Where does that Emmanuel come from anyway? Who is this Emmanuel? You hear this periodically in these songs, right? Like, they call God Emmanuel. Where does that come from? Anybody know where that comes from? I don't know. I guess that was another name for Jesus. Some people call him Jesus, some people call him Manny. Good old Manny. Manny the Christ child, they called him. Let's see. Alright. What's that song called? What is that song called? Oh yeah. I really like this song by the Chanterelles. Maybe it's Sweet Talking Guy instead of with a G. Yeah, it is. How ridiculous is that? The Chiffons. That's who sings this. Not the Chanterelles, the Chiffons. What's G diminished 7? Like, oh come on, that chord's ridiculous. How's anybody gonna fucking play that chord? I guess you gotta play it like this. That's a silly chord. Why does that chord even exist? That chord is terrible to play. I don't know how to play that chord. G diminished 7th. Come on now. I just play it like this. Yeah, I just play it like that. Okay. The sweet talking guy, talking sweet kind of lies. Don't you believe in him? If you do, he'll make you cry. He'll send you flowers and paint the town with another girl. He's a sweet talking guy, but he's my kind of guy. But sweeter than sugar, kisses like wine. Don't let him under your skin, 'cause you'll never win. Don't give him love today, tomorrow he's on his way. He's a sweet talking guy, but he's my kind of guy. Why do I love him like I do? Something like that. Stay away from him, baby's lying. No, you know you'll never win, lose up crying. Don't give him love today, tomorrow he's on his way. He's a sweet talking guy, my kind of guy. Why do I love him like I do? Something like that. I don't know. I'm terrible at doing things, so that's just part and parcel of just the bucket of failure you get when you come along to the Eric well. Pull up a bucket, you expect it to be full of water, it's full of nothing but failure. And you say, God, this guy sucks ass. I go, yeah, sure does. Saving his pennies for someday. Mama Leone left a note on the door. She said, "Son, we'll move out to the country. But working too hard can give you a heart attack. You ought to know by now. Who needs a house out in Hackensack? Is that all you get for your money? waste of time. Well, that's what it's all about. If that's moving up, then I'm moving out. Running Sergeant O'Leary's walking the beats. At night he becomes a bartender. He works at Mr. Cacciatore's down on Sullivan Street, across from the medical center. And he's trading in the Chevy for a Cadillac. You ought to know by now. Well, if he can't drive with a broken back, at least he can polish the fenders. And if that's what you had in mind, yeah, if that's what it's all about, Mama, if that's moving up, then I'm moving out. The crazy man, you ought to know by now. You better pay Uncle Sam with the overtime. Is that all you get for the money? And it seems such a waste of time. Yeah, but that's what it's all about. Mama, if that's moving up, then I'm moving out. I am moving out of the way. I'm moving out of the way right now, so you don't need to hit me with your car. Well, I'd rather see you dead, little girl, than to be with another man. You better keep your head, little girl, or you won't know where I am. You better run for your life if you can, little girl. Hide your head in the sand, little girl. Catch you with another man, that's the end of the little girl. Well, I know that I'm a wicked guy, and I was born with a jealous mind. I can spend my whole life trying to make you toe the line. You better run for your life if you can, little girl. Hide your head in the sand, little girl. Catch you with another man, that's the end of the little girl. Yes, I'd rather see you dead, little girl, than to be with another man. You better keep your head, little girl, you won't know where I am. You better run for your life if you can, little girl. Hide your head in the sand, little girl. Catch you with another man, that's the end of the little girl. Yeah, something like that. Alright, I'm done. I'm done being dumb. I'm just gonna be smart for the first time in my life right now. This is day one, minute one, moment one of being smart. It starts right now. Begins with me playing a song about this momentous decision. Celebratory day. This is the day I decided to become smart for the rest of the way. This is the day I decided decided to become extremely interesting to everybody. So I'm glad we celebrated that momentous occasion with a song and a cigarette. Then I'm gonna wrap this up like a Christmas present in wrapping paper with a bow and some tinsel, a note saying to Bobby from Santa, even though no Bobby lives here. Turns out it's a little drummer boy. Nobody wanted that. If you smoke, you're an idiot. Hold on a second. I'm pretty sure being an idiot has nothing to do with smoking. Alright? Cause look, I'm like super smart. And I smoke like a goddamn chimney. So, it's like I recently weighed myself on a smart scale. It was like super heavy. It's like so smart. It's what it said. The arrow pointed straight to so smart. And then I weighed myself on the smoking scale. And the arrow pointed straight to so smoking. So I think your thesis is wrong, sir. That's what I think. I think if you don't smoke, what's wrong with you? Why not? Why deny your lungs the extra nutrients they need? Smoke is what makes lungs grow into their full potential. You're denying your child the opportunity to blossom. You just coddle it constantly, right? Same thing with your lungs. Same thing with your lungs. Wow, idiotic's a little strong. I mean, after all, which one of us is currently enjoying a cigarette? I would point out it's not you. Check and mate, sir. Check and mate. You might also say game, set, match, or it's all over now for you. Into the volcano you go. Yeah, it's not for another hour and 20 minutes. Passive smoking. There's no passive smoking. There's fucking ridiculous complaining nonsense. Like, I'm getting sick and smoking. I mean, fuck off. All I have to say about that is fuck off already, you know? Yeah, but I got secondhand smoking me. Fucking cry me a river. I got first-hand smoke on me, bitch. What are you complaining about? Oh, you changed types, huh? Fantastic. If I typed you a long time ago, I might have typed you wrong. I still occasionally type people wrong. Not so much anymore, though. A lot less common. I'm confused by somebody now than I used to be. I can see through your guile. I can see through your beguiling ways. Because I have been practicing beguiling sight, it's called. It's the power to see through the attempts of others to beguile one. Yeah, I still do typing sessions. I publish them freaking every other day or something. I mean, obviously I still do them. Speaking of which, I guess that one that I was editing is done now. Might as well upload it, I guess. Since, I guess it was Winston's mom asked me to. Winston's mom asked me to do something. Okay, fine. I'll do it. No problem. That's fair. It's like, okay. I guess I gotta occasionally do something for you, too. You can't just you always be doing things for me, so alright, fine. Since his mom wants Ken's video back up, fine. Crop that shit. Get rid of that Fussy Pants' name, because he's gonna be Fussy Pants. Well, who cares? Who cares if people can see your name? So what? But whatever. I just go with whatever people tell me about it. I don't tell them this normally. I don't say, you're being dumb about this, but that's what I think. Like, who cares, you know? I just gonna put, I'm gonna misspell it. Kentine equals question mark. Okay, now he's Kentine instead of Kenton. So he'll have extra anonymity and privacy or other really important things like that. They're so important. Oh, no, people can name my name. And then you tell people your name when you greet them? Is it really that terrible for people to know your name? I don't think so, but other people do for some reason. So who am I to question their taste in their own name being known? I guess, you know. I'm just a little old Eric. If I don't want their name, then I'm in no place to tell them to have their name. I guess that would be foolish of me to presume in that fashion. And if there's one kind of foolish that's worse than the other kinds of foolish, it's the presumptive kind. Add suitability, I don't remember. I'll just say I cursed some. How about that? Checks. Sounds like a breakfast cereal to me. Okay, schedule this. Schedule it for when? How about 10 a.m.? 10 a.m. is a good time to schedule this thing. It's an hour and 15 minutes from now, so it'll be done processing. It'll even maybe have the HD version processed as well. Wouldn't that be swell? Hooray! Okay. Yeah, I know you're still checking my video. You guys love checking my videos. Because you seem to be thinking I'm saying Negro. That's why. I'm not saying Negro. Well, now I am. Can you believe that shit about freaking CBS? I go down there, they tell me they don't have it, they don't know when they're going to get it, but they say, come back in 30 minutes and we'll tell you where you can get it. And then, in like 15 minutes I get a text saying, we have filled your prescription. Like they had it the whole time. Like what is up with that? What the hell are they doing? It's like you have to make a fuss to get it? Like, if you don't complain a lot, they don't give you your drugs. That's crazy. Hi, DXD, DX, DX. Jessica. I don't have any paparazzi. I keep trying to get them to come around and take pictures of me, but they don't. Yeah, CBS is crazy. That's why they got their name from me yesterday. What their CBS stands for. Constantly very shitty. That's not a very kind naming I gave them, but they deserved it. Because they annoyed me with their nonsense again. And I said, hey, CBS, you're about to earn yourself a sassy short. And I made one and I published it right away. I said, that's it. That is it. You've gone too far this time, CBS. I am now renaming you Constantly Very Shitty. Now you have to live with that for the rest of your life. For the rest of your life, CBS, your name is Constantly Very Shitty. Even though you're not actually constantly very shitty. Sometimes you're not very shitty, but when you are shitty, you're so very shitty that I just go ahead and throw on the constantly there. Is my type nature or nurture? It's nature. Like trees and forest creatures and stuff. It's all natural. This hairline, all natural. I have had no work done. These are not hair plugs. I know it. It's amazing. You think, wow, you must have fake hair. No, this is all my own natural hair. And it's doing a fabulous job of being on my head, I must say, where it belongs. Don't you hate it when your head hair grows someplace else? I do. I'm Andy Rooney. Well, sure. I mean, affect, which is to say the capacity of a third party to, the data you provide a third party is basically your affect. And two people of the same type can display different affect in a common situation. So the thing is, like this guy who thing's gonna publish at 10. There was a day when I would have typed him as maybe an INFJ or something, but I didn't because now I rely on things that are more reliable than affect. He was definitely SI polar, and he definitely wasn't TE polar, so he was ENFJ, not INFJ. Even though he had a very introverted affect, and it's because he came in thinking he was INFJ and behaved like one, as ENFJs tend to do, right? So, like, if whatever ENFJ is coming in thinking, they're going to behave accordingly because they're experts at that, basically. But it can't fool me because SI polar is so like cut and dry, and TE polar is increasingly cut and dry as well. So well, I mean, he can say that. People self-report all kinds of crazy shit. I mean, Melissa Talks self-reports that she's full of ideas and great thinking without ever providing any ideas or good thinking. You'd think, maybe I'm self-reporting wrong would occur to her. But no, it doesn't. Because a little something I like to call NI polar. Stop boxing in your free-spirited TE. One thing that TE is not, it's free-spirited. Well, that's the problem with other people's personality typing, not with mine. I account for that shit. Why? Because I want it to be defensible. You know, I want to be able to defend my conclusions. Like, nuh-uh, or alternately, yuh-huh. One of those two. Yeah, but, you know, it's like when you type a whole shit ton of people, like I have, you start to learn ways to get around a lot of things that people do to sort of try to try to manifest the type they want to be rather than reveal the type they are. You are moving to a new house. How sweet. Does it have a white picket fence around it? Every good house, according to the mythologies of times, must have a white picket fence around it. If you want to get a non-picket fence, you're on the wrong track, lady. You're on the wrong track. Why get a non-picket fence? What are you going to get, like a chain link fence? Those are ugly. Maybe it's just a fence that sells illegal goods, that kind of fence. In which case, you're going to get in trouble with the law. Anyhow, I've been ignoring your email, DADXDDS. I see like the very beginning of it. Don't read this on your channel. I don't even know what this is going to say. Now I'm like all like, I don't even want to look at it. I don't know what it's going to say. So it's just sitting there though. I haven't tossed it away. I still look at it and go, I should probably open that email. So, you know, it gets a lot more of my attention than emails that I do open. I fret about it a lot more than emails that I do open. Well, yeah, in general, people who come to me to get typed are less likely, I think, to try to game it. If you want confirmation of the type you think you'll want to be, you probably realize that I'm not the guy to go to. You know, I have encountered such people before. I've had big arguments with like a couple of ISTJs who insisted that they were not. And, you know, one of them came around eventually. But the thing is, when you have particularist types, there's also an ISFJ I can think of that I think she's an ISFJ and she thinks she's an ISFP. But the thing is, if you're a particularist knower, then it can be quite difficult for you to understand how some universal might cascade down to render certain subjective kinds of knowledge about the self irrelevant. TI polar is, well, here's the tricky thing about TI polar. It's actually easier to hide from me than some of the other polars because it's more socially sensitive to push on. So people don't like having their weak TI exposed. They like that less than anything else in typology. You can expose their weak NE, you can expose their weak SI, You can expose even like weak TE, weak FE. It's hard to expose weak FI exactly. People who are FI polar will just laugh at your at your thing anyway. So, but one thing people do not like having exposed is their weak TI. So, because of that social constraint on me, I don't like to make people feel uncomfortable, and I don't push as hard as I should to nail down TI. I'm always under testing it a little bit if people aren't good at it. So there's that. But my gut's getting a little bit better too. My NI is always hit and miss, but I guess I'm getting better at recognizing the things people do to try to hide it, so I can identify those without having to push so hard on them. But, I don't want people to be like, "Oh, you're making me feel stupid," which is what people be like. People be like, "Oh, you're making me feel stupid," if you push on the TI too much and they're polar or just sometimes even like, 4th or 8th or whatever. Or even 3rd, Third's not necessarily great. The thing about 3rd slot, it's like, there's not a lot of people out there accusing me of having great FE, you'll notice, right? In fact, a lot of people would say, "Eric, you've got really shitty FE a lot of the time." Because I'm treating it very selfishly. I'm saying, FE is very important to me, but what I mean by that is, it's important to me that you guys think, praise me or whatever, or listen to me or something. I don't really mean it's important to me in some other sense, and it's the same way with TI in the 3rd slot. Like, fairness is hugely important to Rachel. That doesn't necessarily mean she's good at TI questions. She's not polar at them, but she's not like a whiz at answering TI questions. Well, betting tips 3,000. I'm balancing competing interests, which is to say I want happy clients who don't feel like I've been brutalizing them with my typing of them, and I want to be as correct as possible, but it's often not necessary for me to push super hard on TI to be correct. It's more necessary when it is polar, but I don't get a whole lot of TI polar people come through. Occasionally I do, and when I do, they're usually ESFPs. And I'm always happy if they're okay with that. It's like sometimes they came in thinking, "Well, I wasn't sure if I was ISFP or ESFP," and it's just like, what a relief. I don't want to hear them go, "I'm definitely an ENFP." And then I have to go, "Okay, let me show you what actual NE-DOM looks like," and then that doesn't play well. It's complicated. They're not just typing sessions. They're engagements with a person's ontology. And you got to be somewhat sensitive of that fact, even though I like things as direct and blunt and concrete and valid as possible, but I'm also engaging with another human being, and I want to make sure that the typing session is a good experience for the person. They feel like they spent their money well, not just because people don't get paper typing session just so that they can hear me tell them what type they are. They pay for a typing session because they know it's going to engage me authentically exploring who they are to the best of my ability and trying to figure out what type they are. And some of those things, there's only an hour. Sometimes it seems to take a long time, that hour, and sometimes it seems to zip right by. Depends kind of on which type I'm typing. But also somewhat on my mood. But yeah, the thing is, I'm confident enough that I'm not gonna stop typing them until I feel pretty certain that I got it right. As long as they've got extra time. You know, I always leave at least a 30-minute cushion between them. I'll figure it out eventually. The thing is, also, I'm much more likely to be correct about that. I'll figure it out eventually if Rachel's here. I've come to become rather, like, dependent on getting Rachel's thoughts, even if I totally disagree with them, which I occasionally do. Because she doesn't hear nearly as much of the session as me, right? She talks to him for a little bit, and then I come back and take back over, and there we go. These are the ones we're looking for. The ones that start with amp and end with hetamine. Like, the thing is, at the moment, typology is still somewhat art, not pure science. And that's because we don't really have great tests for all of the polars, because it's not really possible to definitively test like FI polar. You know, you might predictably get these kind of responses to these kind of prompts, but it's not the same thing as a skills test, right? So, an SE, there probably would be good ways to test SE polar, but I think I'd have to be physically in the same space with somebody. And then I could try experimenting with those kind of things to see if there is a good way to test SE polar in an actual physical environment. But because I'm never in that environment, I haven't developed any SE polar tests at all. You might be able to do them without that environment, but I wouldn't know. I mean, the best thing I do with testing SE is just ask people about their relationship with task completion, basically, and procrastination. People are notoriously poor self-reporters about procrastination. ISTPs, ISFPs are both likely to report themselves as procrastinators, even though compared to like an INTP or INFP, they've never come close to anything resembling procrastination. But they're poor self-reporting about that. So, but you know, that's that flying fish phenomenon, right? It's like, if you're a fish who likes to jump out of the water a lot, more than the other fish, you're going to say, yeah, I've got a great relationship with the air. Even though, not, and then somebody might go, oh, you must be a bird then, right? That phenomenon happens. This thing is ugly. It's been here for too long being a bunch of visual noise in my background. It's not that the clothes themselves are ugly, it's just that having that big splash of meow behind me is, well, it distracts from my beautiful head. Well, you didn't put it that way, Dark Sunshine. It takes me hours to process it when you put it so subtly. I was like, oh, that's what he meant. It looks bad. Oh yeah, looking at things. That's something we can do. Forgot about that part. Well, I didn't say it was more art than science. I said it was still somewhat art and somewhat science, you know. The reason my typing is superior to other people is because I'm correct about things. You know, it's like, you're never going to type somebody correctly if you don't understand that NI and SI are both knowledge functions. That you're better off comparing TI and FI than TI and TE, really, because TI and FI are the same kind of functions. If you don't understand how, like, the basics of functions, if you get that wrong, you're not going to be able to type people correctly. And I've not gotten it wrong, I've gotten it correct. The thing is, the other thing is, I'm vastly superior to every other typologist in that I actually can have made hypothetical predictions that have been tested and proved time and time again in multiple published typing sessions. There's an abundance of compiled data that other people can reference. Just because I don't want to do all that work myself doesn't mean I'm not correct. So the guy who came up with the idea of plate tectonics was right about it before anybody had validated it with experimental data, which is to say observational data, namely before it occurred to somebody a way to test it, namely let's check the way the fault lines go. Let's start a question regarding self-reporting. What about third slot? Do people get this right or wrong when they self-report? Well, I mean, if you ask them about values, people typically do report along the predicted value things, self-report. So, like, third slot TI will, if asked the right questions, will indicate that fairness is an absolute value and that something else is instrumental to it, right? But not necessarily that relevance is instrumental to fairness, because that's their dominant. And not necessarily that originality is instrumental to fairness. But you run just about anything else up against it, fairness is going to come out as absolute. Now that's not a skills test, that's a self-reporting thing, but it's a fairly complex kind of self-reporting that makes it difficult for people to know where you're going. If they do know where you're going, and are that intuitive about it, then that's informative as well. But that's somewhat modified by how much they've watched my videos, my typing sessions. So, well, you're used to the green screen being behind me, but we're midway between, well, I'm like DDXX, DDXX. I'm moving right now. But I'm just moving inside of this room. Six slot function, finger wag me harder. Six slot function, finger sagging me with your finger louder, yeah. Take that one to bed with you tonight. Remember it as you're dreaming. It'll help you remember six slot function is a finger wagging slot. You thought a vagina was the finger wagging slot. Okay, well that's a finger wagging slot too, but different kind of finger wagging, different kind of slot. Yeah. Okay, well, to be perfectly honest, if you're doing a lot of banging with your finger, you should consider adding more wags, okay? You're probably inadequately wagging. You think women want to be banged with your finger, but they don't. They want to be wagged at with your finger. Like this. Okay, just like this. Not like this. You're gonna just bruise their clitoris. You don't want to bruise a woman's clitoris with your finger banging ways. You're gonna wag your finger. You gotta gently wag it. Darling. Honey. Yes, dear. Could you wag your finger at my sex slot function? Well, yeah, Karma's Pimp is completely right. When you are finger banging a girl, you should be going, pow, 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 pow. Otherwise, she's going to mistake it for maybe just accidentally put your finger in her vagina. Precious. If you heard finger wagging a woman, you should be saying the whole time, shame, shame, shame. Shame, shame, shame. Shame, 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 shame. Oh, you mean, first you come here, young lady. I'm wagging my finger at you. That's a good point. You know, if you try the come here motion with your thumb concurrently, you can flip her upside down and carry her like a six-pack. No, I don't. I'm correct. It doesn't need to be more scientific or not. Sciencey people will make things more scientific. I'm correct, right? Other people can do the boring, stupid work. You know? I don't want to do it. I'm correct for multiple reasons, which I've articulated in multiple videos, but I will articulate for her. Many of them observational in origin, but such manifest the most robust kinds of theories. They're actually explanations. They're not just rules inferred by consistent phenomena, right? My YouTube Live came up on your YouTube Live? You're a new subscriber. Well, welcome to your newest subscription, namely the internet television program called Talking with Famous People. I'm host Eric. I'll be here most of the time explaining things to you. And your job as a subscriber is to go, wow, oh my God, Eric, that is such a good explanation. Or something like this, oh my Lord, that was hilarious, Eric. You made me laugh so hard. Or alternately, wow, what a great song you just played, Eric. That's your job as a subscriber, okay? My job is to entertain and delight you with my every word, which is very easy because all of my words are so entertaining and just utterly charming, delightful, and full of whimsy. So, you know, some people do say it's a little too much whimsy. It is possible to get sick from eating too much whimsy. I'm not liable for any damages you incur from the excess of whimsy that you get here. Just for the record. I teach debate. Oh no. Do I? Well, a little bit here and there. Not so much anymore. But I worked with Chloe the other day. Yesterday. Okay, Chloe. You need to explain why it is that you and I are always arguing about whether we should be doing this. I'm always saying that, so first I had Chloe just say, okay, just write out your perception of our normal thing. She said, when we start a session, Mr. Strauss, she insists on calling me Mr. Strauss. Doesn't matter how many times I tell them to call me Eric. None of the family members, including the parents, call me Eric. They just call me Mr. Strauss. Anyway, Mr. Strauss spends the first 10 minutes saying the same thing in a bunch of different ways, until finally we agree to disagree and we get started with the lesson. Alright, but the point is, Chloe, why are we disagreeing, or what are we disagreeing about? And what's my point? What's your point? Why do you have this point? So it's like I said, she wrote her paragraph, and then I said, okay, now the next paragraph, we're going to say, now I'm going to explore my weird obsession with academic success. Why do I care what these dumbass adults in my school think? That's your thesis for this paragraph, okay? I'm tired of this fucking nonsense, It's like, stop trying to play along with the garbage. You gotta shit on it like it deserves. That's my message to all the children of the world. You gotta shit on stuff harder. You guys are going along with all kinds of bullshit. Poor kids, it's not your fault because you've been locked in prison youth camp, and you're too young to know better. But it's like, listen to me, kids. The number one thing you gotta learn, first thing, ideally in kindergarten, is how to tell your teacher to go fuck themselves. If you can't do that, you have not accomplished your first job as a student. Like, your teachers seem to think they're some sort of like fucking royal dukes or something in their little fiefdoms. It's ridiculous. Oh, well, I definitely am. But the thing is, the reason I am right is because I'm not making claims that aren't substantiated. The reason I don't have definitive polar tests for all the functions is because of the nature of the functions and the nature of assessments. It's because I don't claim to have a polar test when I don't have one. So the thing is, I have enough that I or somebody else executing the same approach can almost always tell somebody's type. But there are types that are trickier. You get ENTPs don't test polar at anything really, and neither do ESTPs because they're FI polar and there's no definitive polar test for that. But you can there are still enough things you can do. Now, the fact is, for me to get it so that you could do it would require a fair amount of training, I guess, or explanation at least. Because the thing is, the thing that I'm doing is an interfacing process, but it's through an action deliberation frame. So I can't correctly indicate to somebody how to type somebody entirely because you ask them this question. If they give you answer meow, and you think meow, or if they give you answer meow and you think meow, well, chances are if they give you answer meow, there's a decent chance the best thing you need to do then is ask a follow-up question. And what follow-up question you need to ask? Well, it depends on what they're saying, right? You got to have some experiential instincts. It can't just be your NI understanding of typology. You've got to have some practice at typing people as well. So that's just reality as it is. I don't have any preference either way, whether you agree with me or not, whether you think typology is bullshit or not, or whether you think I'm right or not. The fact is, I am entirely right about this shit, and exclusively so. And if you choose to come around to that reality, that's fine, and if not, that's fine too, but reality will remain the same, regardless of your heuristic-based objections. Chicken, you have a cook channel, 7 days a week, studio version. He is a musician also. Oh. Well, good for you, Chicken. Do you play music with a musical instrument? Perhaps the bassoon. Everybody loves the bassoon. Except the anti-bassoon league. They hate the bassoon. Okay, that's it for me today. How long has I been live streaming? 6 hours and 23 minutes? That's too long. How can you live stream for that long? That's too long. You've got things to do. Important things, I say. Okay, well, I'm off to do my important things now. You know. Because, like I said, I got important things to do. Like, so important. I gotta pee. I gotta stand up. I gotta look around a little bit. I gotta scratch my nuts. I got all kinds of important things to do. So, I'll talk to you guys later.